forgot to get the Mooch link to pin it in chat. Hi, how you doing? Hello. Okay, here we go. I have it now. Double check. Okay, I have it now. Evie! Trying to be good about making sure that I advertise the merch. There we go. And now I'm gonna pin it. There we go. Okay, there we go. Hi everybody, thank you for waiting. And sorry for the wait. I've been trying to be on like a better schedule with everything, including eating breakfast before stream. But I feel like I'm not quite there yet on the timing. I thought I had enough time to make what I wanted to. And then not really, no. I mean, I had enough time to make it. I just didn't have enough time to eat it too. She wants to have her cake and eat it too. I see how it is. Wait, nonsense. Rebbi is always worth waiting for. I do feel bad though, adding in like, what, 20 minutes to the wait time? Also, this is the second day in a row that I was late to stream because of breakfast. I'm sorry, so this is why we don't eat breakfast. This is why we skip it and we eat lunch and dinner and no breakfast. Well. Frog is never late, nor is she early. She runs precisely when she intends to. This is true. Also, hi, Yomi! I see you're here! Hi! Hi, welcome! Yeah, sorry. I made like a big bean bowl. You know, like one of those rice bowls, but without the rice. When I don't make them with spinach, I can just eat the bean bowls. Yeah, those big bean bowls. It was really big. I got a photo of it, but it's only on my phone, so I don't know if I can easily like show it. I don't know. Like my phone's plugged into my computer, but I don't know how to get the photos from my phone to my computer without getting on my phone and sending it to like Discord and then downloading it. I am always lurking. She's always watching. Every time I say something embarrassing, she hears everything. Oh no. Oh no! Sorry, I had to burp. Yeah. Anyway, though, you have to skip breakfast for the sake of the food discussions. This is true, but I can still yap about food. Although I do tend to do it more when I'm hungry. This is true. This is true. This is very true. Hi, Snapper! Hi!
Here's all of next week's pay. Be sure to get a good snack and drink for the road. Also, please promise you'll drive safely. If you lose your head on the freeway, I'll be out of a job. Okay, Snapper, I promise to drive safely and I won't lose my head so you can decapitate me later. I won't lose it a few months early. We still got a few months. I've been looking forward to this trip for so long though, because it'll help pad me out for the rest of the month and some of early October. It has, you know, it's like something going on. It'll feel like time is passing faster. And then mid-October is when the artist is gonna start on the chill model, and I've been waiting. And I've been dying! And the wait is killing me! And I've been dying! Yeah, so I'll be sure to get something good. But man, the one thing I'm not looking forward to is, of course, the trip just happens to be right when I'm going on, like, a health quiz. I don't want to call it a health quiz, but I've been consistently exercising. And I'm slowly able to do it more and more every day. Today I did, oh my god, I did so many exercises. First I did this game that requires me to squat, and then I immediately followed that up with 30 actual squats. Like the actual squat exercise. There's games that make you squat, and then there's the actual squat exercise. So I did 30 squats, and then after that I did 10 of this exercise called a jackknife.
Yeah, it's the one where you have to like lie on the floor and you got your feet on the balance board, and then you have to like lean forward and lift your legs off the balance board and form like a V. It's like an ab exercise. Yeah, jacking up's really hard though. Yeah, I'm jacking on the floor. Whatever. I did 10 of those and I was like, I'm not that tired. Let's bump it up to 20. So then I did 20 more. And then I was dying at the end of it. Cause I only recently started doing the jackknife, so I don't really have a lot of like ab resistance built up to it. But I did that. And then after that, I did my biking game. And I was like, what if I did the free ride one? For the first time, the free ride one. So then, I did that, and it was like, bike for 30 minutes, and I was like, hi, 30! Okay. And then I biked for 30 minutes. Yeah. But I still felt like I was working up a sweat, but I felt like, well, I'm not that tired yet. So then I kept biking, but I was starting to run out of time. I think that's why I was late to stream, because I overdid it on the biking. I biked for at least another 10 minutes. And when I'm done with stream, I'm probably gonna go bike for another 30 minutes. Yeah. So I'm able to do more now. Yeah. Yeah. Yomi's a fetch, you bugged your pond. No, we can't have bugs in the pond. There'll be no room for the Frogmouths. Also, it'll probably trigger the Froggle war about eating bugs or not. It'll tempt them. And then the war will start. And no. Tell me about the squat game and will it be Netflix's new hit? What is it called again? It's like Trampoline Target, I think is what it's called. It's this game, it's so addicting. I love it. It's one of the balance games, but it's one of the balance games that like it like works you out more. Cause a lot of the balance games are like to work on your balance, to work on your posture, you know? So they're like light because it's all about like leaning your body and adjusting your weight on the balance board. So most of them are light games, but there's a couple in there that can like really work you out, and this is one of them. And like, it puts you on a trampoline and you're supposed to like squat. You know, you don't actually want to jump on the bounce board, it tells you not to. But you squat to like distribute your weight and it makes your knee bounce up. And then as you get higher and you come down, you want to like squat and like time your squats for when you release it to go higher and higher. And when you get high enough, then you have to like use your brain and like shift your weight on the board to like aim your knee back into the center. So then you can do more squats. And it's super addicting because you just want to get the higher and higher scores. It's a workout though. Yeah. How does the biking work for Wii Fit? Do you have a pedometer or something that connects to the game? So the way the biking game works is you stand on the Wii balance board. You have to use a Wii remote. You hold the Wii remote horizontal in your hands, like, you know, like a bike handle. And then you just like kind of march on the board as you're like to pedal. So it's actually a lot of marching. But man, it works up a sweat though. It's some good exercise. I like the biking. I like the biking more than running. Every day I try to make sure I get some of the aerobics exercises in, which is what they call cardio exercises. It's called aerobics in the game, but it's basically all cardio stuff. So it's a lot of stuff like running and hula hoops and like stepping on and off the bounce board, which is good for old people. You do like light stepping games. You can do that, or you can do biking. And yeah. I like the bike game. I used to do the running game the most, but I never wear pants with pockets. It wants you to put the Wii remote in your pocket, like on your butt. So it can like, you know, track your up and down movements. So it knows how you're stepping and what your pace is. But I don't wear, oh God, what the heck? I don't wear pants though. And I'm so mad about it that my body's about to projectile vomit all over my desk. So yeah, I never have pockets. So I always have to hold it in my hand. I have to like hold it in my hand with my arm stick straight down, holding it in a specific way. And then I have to like, when I bounce, I have to make sure, like bouncing with my steps, I mean, I have to like make sure that my arm is stiff, and that way it's like accurately tracking when I go up and down, and it's tracking my pace, and it's a bit of a pain. It would be easier if I wore shorts that had pockets, but none of my shorts have pockets. None of them do. I wear a bunch of these kind of shorts that don't have pockets, so there's nothing I can do. It's just easier to bike. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Moving at all is underrated. My job isn't extremely depending, but I move. Lost like 10 kilograms. Is it kilograms? That's pretty good. Yeah. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I've been trying. I've lost a few pounds with my exercising too. It's been going pretty well. Yeah. Well, it's interesting because like for me, the number hasn't changed very much. Often what it is like I'll lose a pound and then I'll do my body test the next day, which the body test is like it takes your weight. It also gives you a couple of games. It checks your balance, it checks your weight, and then it'll also give you a couple of games to like sort of like test your brain a bit too. If you do like the whole comprehensive test, it'll give you like a Wii Fit age. You know, a mix of what your body and brain can do together. And you're meant to do it like once a day, every day. I've been very consistent with it. Man, the Wii balance board's gonna be really upset with me starting tomorrow when I go on this trip and I can't keep up with it. It's gonna be like, where the fuck were you the last week? But like for me, it's like I'll lose the pound, and then the next day it'll be like, oh, you gained a pound, and then the next day it'll be like, you lost a pound, and then the next day it'll be like, you gained a pound. And I'm just like, well, the scale's not really saying too much different. But when I look at myself and how I feel a lot better. And I think I look different if you were to like physically look at me. So I think a lot of it is honestly, I think what a lot of it is when I eat dinner, when I like do my body test the next day, I don't think I've fully like gotten rid of the dinner from the previous night yet. if you know what I mean. And it's like counting that weight, but and it's just kind of different day to day. Yeah. Nintendo about to pour a Duolingo on you, kick it in the doors. Yeah, it is Duolingo, yeah. Yeah, that's normal fluctuation. Yeah. I just wish the Wii balance board was a little better at tracking that though. It finally has stopped asking me like, let's talk about this weight gain. What's the reason for it? Normal fluctuation is not one of the answers you can give. It's not. All the answers are like, oh, I'm not getting enough sleep, or like I'm eating dinner too late, or I've been snacking too much, and like none of those are true. None of those are true, because I've started like timing myself. I try to eat dinner between 5 and 7, exactly what the game recommends. And I don't snack. I literally don't snack at all between my meals, and I like have like 2 meals, and I've been eating more protein-based things. Recommended by one of my friends. I've been trying to eat more protein-based things, and I drink literally nothing but water. Like maybe I let myself have one sugary drink a week, and I'm drinking water the rest of the time. So it's like you can't tell it that it's normal fluctuation, and the balance board's just like, what is this pound that you gained from yesterday? And it's only ever 1 pound. It's not like it's 2 or 3. It's like... Finally, though, the last couple of days, it stopped asking me about that. Thank God! Because for a little bit, it was like, the last 2 times I asked you about your weight gain, you said you didn't know. Because that's usually what I'll tell is, I don't know, because it's none of the other... I mean, I do know what it is. It's none of the other options, though. And I can't tell her what it is, so I'll usually just pick, I don't know. And there were a couple of days where the Wii balance board was like, the last 2 times you said you didn't know. Let's not make it 3 times, okay? And I'm just like,
Fuck you, you absolute bitch. I'm over here busting my butt every day exercising. What do? You sit on the floor and get stepped on. You total foot bro. Get out of here. He's such a bitch. He's such a bitch. He's so mean to me. Throwing shade. It throws shade at you all the time. The Wii balance board is so passive aggressive. I used to play Wii Fit all the time when I was a kid. I never realized how passive aggressive it is. There's been a few days in the past, like I'm doing better now, but when I first started with Wii Fit, trying to reach my goals a bit better, get into a bit of a healthier shape, and lose a little bit of weight. Because I am just like a little bit over what I want to have. Not bad at all, not bad at all. Wii Fit's always like, you're in the healthy weight range every single day. Because I'm doing pretty good. But like when I started, there were a few days where it would shoot a comment like that, and it like destroyed my motivation to work out for that day. And I'm just like, well, now I don't want to. Never shit before a weigh-in? Really? I try to use the bathroom every day before I do my body test, so that way it won't be like, you gained 2 pounds, you fat bitch. It's like, no, it's pee! There's been times before where I weigh myself, not with the balance board, but with like an actual scale. I do have a scale in the bathroom, which I haven't been using because I just do my body test. I don't know, I try not to look at the scale every day. But there have been sometimes before where I weigh myself before I use the bathroom, and then I just sit down and pee, and I immediately weigh myself after, and it's like a full pound was shaved off. Sometimes I have a lot of pee, okay? I didn't realize how much it was until then, but I guess sometimes I'm just holding a lot in. I don't know. Ain't hot? Yeah. Well, I don't know. At the very least, it takes it from one number to the number underneath it. A pound of pee is a lot of pee. I don't think it's actually a pound of pee, but I don't think it's actually a full pound. But it takes it from one number to the number underneath it. And my brain is just like, well, screw all these little numbers after the decimal point. The big number went down 1. I lost a whole pound. Pound of piss, Robert. No, do not start calling me that. Wonder why some of the new bubbles were touching yellow. That's not how that works. There's no pee in my mouth. Bubbles come from my mouth, not from anything else. Nah. Pint of pee just sounds a bit. I wonder if it is a pint. Is a pint the equivalent of a pound? I don't know. It's probably not that much. Yeah. But every day though, every day I wake up, I use the bathroom, I don't drink or eat anything before I weigh myself. I do my body test, and yeah, it likes to go up 1 pound, down 1 pound, up 1 pound, down 1 pound, up 1 pound, down 1 pound. Yeah. But I've been able to exercise more and more recently. I took a break there a couple days ago where I exercised lighter, and I exercised a little bit more yesterday, but still lighter. And then today I'm just like, I want to go all in. I bet I could top my record. The last few weeks, I could beat that 130 calories, I think, is my record right now. Out of the last week or two that I've been exercising. That 130 calories, I could beat that. I can beat that today. I'm gonna beat it after my stream. I'm gonna post about it in the Discord and be like, heck yeah, forget. Yeah, those Frogmouths just have jaundice. Yeah, it's not my fault. But when I was doing the free ride earlier, I
found out, like, apparently that if you do the free ride version of the island cycling game, like, there's no checkpoints that you have to go get. Because that's how, like, all the other versions are. It's like, here's checkpoints that you have to go meet throughout the island. And you want to try your best to meet all of them while taking shortcuts and try to make it, like, the lightest distance you can. You know, the shortest distance. But the free ride one doesn't give you those checkpoints. And it's just, you know, like, you ride around free. You know? Also, I thought, it turns out that there's, instead of checkpoints, there's like Mii's holding balloons all throughout the island. There's like 20 of them. And I guess maybe the game will give you something if you can get all of them within a 30-minute period. Which sounds like a lot of time, but it's not really, because the island's fairly big.
Rebbi, my cat keeps chewing on your acrylic standee. I've had to hide it whenever she jumps up on my desk. Help. I still love my cat.
She likes me! Well, hey, if you end up needing another one, we happen to have the acrylic standee available right now in the merch. And it'll be the last time it's ever available, so if you want one, oh, there it is! Wink! Thank you, Reptile. Thank you, Tiffy. Hi, kitty. Hi. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Muscle gain is weight gain, yes. Yeah, I've been trying to, like, keep that in mind. Every time I see, like, the pound go up, I'm just like, well, I'm working out a lot. I'm able to, like, do exercising for longer. And I'm also working out more parts of my body. A lot of the exercises I do are, like, leg focused. So if you check out, like, my body breakdown in the game, because it can break down, like, what parts you've been focusing on, it's always sculpted legs every single time. Because I do squatting, I do running, I do biking, I do the trampoline target, which is more squatting. I do a lot of the leg games. But I've been trying to do, like, okay, like, let's do some more, like, back exercises. Let's do some more ab exercises. And, yeah. The Wii balance board, though, is very basic. It's a basic bitch. Sorry, I'm cursing a lot more in the stream than I normally do. But it only understands number go up, number go down. It doesn't understand, like, normal weight fluctuations or, like, building muscle mass, which will add to the number. It doesn't understand any of that. Thank you. Well, Ryuji, thank you for the 50 super. Holy. Thank you. Saw your Majora's Mask crash out and loved it. Funny fun. That was pretty funny. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, my nose is itchy. It's like making me make weird faces. Whew. There we go. Maybe popping out. That was like the one time I've ever gotten genuinely angry on Stewie. When it didn't save my save data. Because of a bug in the software. It was the worst. Yeah. Are you playing with your legs? I am. A lot. Body breakdown. Yeah, the arms and chest area is always the area that has the least. Because my arms hate it when I work them out. So I don't work them out very much. Yeah. But I've been trying to. I found that there's this exercise. I've been trying to branch out and look at more like what the Wii Fit has to offer. A lot of the exercises are kind of hard because I have the Wii U in my bedroom and I don't have a ton of space in my bedroom. And I got my bed and some other furniture in there. So some of the exercises are kind of hard just due to the lack of space. Maybe I should move it to a different room. But I've been like looking at more like the exercises. I found this one. It's like a tri-step extension where you hold the Wii remote in your hand and you like stretch your arm vertically straight up. And then holding the Wii remote, you like bend your arm behind your head and like extend it again. And you just do that over and over, and it works out your triceps. Yeah, and I just like did it just now with like nothing in my hand, and my arm is already complaining because my arms hate when I work them out. But it's pretty nice. And I did the plank the other day, 30 seconds on the plank. I only started to die around the last 2 seconds, which is pretty good. You know. And then the Wii Fit trainer told me that I did a good job, and I was a good girl. And I'm like, you're doing great. And I'm just like, thank you! At least someone around here appreciates me! Looking at the Wii bounce board. The Wii Fit trainer is like so gentle. Even when you're like not doing great. She'll just be like, it looks like you need to work on this area some more, you know? And that's okay. The Wii bounce board is just be like, you absolute fat bitch. When you gain 1 pound. Yeah. Well, thank you for the $2 soup. Hi. Hello, Rebbi. Hello. How you doing? Hi. Ring Fit stream when? You know, I actually was looking at like Ring Fit, like what where you can get copies and stuff. I was looking at it. It's really expensive to get Ring Fit now. I can't remember all of the different prices, but like it's like close to 100 at the cheapest. Maybe I should have got it when it was newer. I did not. I didn't think I was interested. I'm like, oh, I got Wii Fit. That's all I need. Now, if I want Ring Fit, it's more money. Yeah. So they're like a dentist? Did the dentist talk to you that way? Actually, I think so, yeah. I remember when I went and got my wisdom teeth checked out. Man, it was awful. When I went to the dentist and got my wisdom teeth checked out, like before the removal, like that first time I went to the doctor because I was having issues with them, they had to stuff a camera back there. It was like, I don't know, was it a camera? It was some sort of it was some sort of like thing that they had to put back there. I think it was like take pictures, like an X-ray. I think that's what it was. It was like an X-ray camera, and they wanted to put it back there, and then I bite down on it, and it like takes a photo of my teeth and stuff. And they were really nice about it. But because it was my wisdom teeth, they had to open my jaw like as wide as I can, which is not very wide. I am not a person who can open my jaw that wide. And they were like, they had to really push it back there, and it was like triggering my gag reflex because I have kind of like a bad one. I don't have a good one. I gag really easily. So like, I was like gagging, and like tears were welling up in my eyes, and I was trying to tell them like, no, it's okay, don't worry about it. My body's just being a bitch. Ignore it. Yeah. Gotta dislocate your jaw like a snake to get this in place. That's what it felt like. I was trying my best to like not start crying. Like it wasn't out of fear. It wasn't out of like being afraid. Like I was fine. It was literally just a pure physical response to my body being like, ew, no, stop. It's too far. No. God, woman, you made me gag for the 5th time in a row. I'm going to cry. Take that, lady. And I'm just here like, no, stop. You're making me look like a baby. Imagine going to McDonald's and they berate you from ordering a burger. That's what dentists are like. Really? Okay, I'll be totally honest. My parents did not take me to the dentist for like most of my life. Like, I have a very faint memory of going when I was very young. So like I know I have been, but it's been so long. They like stopped taking me, and just like for years and years and years I didn't go. So when my wisdom teeth started having problems, because I developed like pericorditis, and like needed my wisdom teeth taken out. Well, it wasn't just that. I had that, but then also my wisdom teeth were also pretty badly impacted, so they would have had to come out anyway. But like I thought for sure when I went to that dentist appointment, I thought for sure they're gonna tell me I have so many cavities because I do not take the best care of my teeth. I do not take the best care of them. I make sure to brush at least a few times a week. I'm trying to like be better, like health-wise, not just with exercising, but like trying to be better about making sure I take care of my teeth and other things. But I thought for sure they're going to tell me that my mouth is a nasty chasm full of cavities, and why the hell have I not been to a doctor, to a dentist in so long? But they checked out all my teeth, and they were just like, wow, your teeth look pretty good actually. Except for like, you know, the wisdom teeth. But like the rest of your teeth look great. And I was like, really? If I had a cavity, they didn't mention it. They didn't tell me I had one. The only issues at all were with my wisdom teeth. So the rest of them were fine. Yeah. Another box checked on the ADHD checklist. Wait, what's the box? Is it not brushing my teeth all the time? Okay. So I'll tell you. When I was little, I hated brushing my teeth. I hated when my parents were like, you gotta brush your teeth. And I'm just like, no! But because I hated it, after that, I stopped hating it. But then, it was just hard for me to remember. Like, it was really hard for me to remember day to day to brush my teeth. So, I ended up coming up with a solution. And it was that after I shower, when I'm already in the bathroom, after I shower, that's when I brush my teeth. And it helped me remember because I made it part of my routine. So I wake up in the morning, I take my shower, and then I need to give myself time to dry off, you know? Cause you know, I mean, I don't have like super long hair, but you know, it takes a bit to dry off. So you have to dry off anyway, and I don't use hair dryers, I let it air dry. So I'm just like, okay, you know, I'll use some minutes time to brush my teeth, and it helps me remember. And now, the only times I don't brush my teeth is when I don't shower. Because if I don't shower, then I won't remember. But at least if I take a shower, then I will remember. Yeah, same except for the solution part. Feel free to use my solution if you want. It kind of helps me remember. Yeah. I've not been to the dentist in over a decade. I'm honestly scared to go back now. Yeah, I don't know whether to say they're gonna like scold you or not. Cause I thought they were gonna scold me, but they didn't. Maybe I just have really good teeth genes. I don't know. It's kind of funny because when I lived with my family still, I had a friend around there. It was one of my coworkers. We used to work together, and we just became like actual friends. We'd like hang out at his house and stuff, play games together. And he used to tell me like that he had like really good teeth genes. And when he was little, he didn't brush his teeth for the longest time. He treated them terribly. He'd eat sugar all the time and didn't brush his teeth. And when him and his sister went to the dentist, he got like perfect remarks from the dentist, compliments on his teeth and stuff. And meanwhile, his sister, who would take care of her teeth a lot better, had cavities and stuff. And she was like, why? It's so unfair. And he thought it was a little funny. And I remember thinking like, man, it must be nice to have like teeth genes like that. I don't have to worry about it. Now I kind of wonder if I actually do have good genes too. I wonder if I also have the good genes. I don't know. I wonder how their friends are doing. I haven't seen them in a while because I don't live anywhere near there anymore. I was never taught good dental hygiene growing up, and the bad habit is just stuck with me. Yeah, it helps to. That's why I think it helps to like what I did. At least it helps me. I don't know if it'll help everybody, but it helps me. Just make it part of your routine, and then it's easy to remember. You know. It's like hard in the beginning because you're not used to it yet. But if you can get yourself to remember for like 3 to 4 days in a row, then you kind of just like muscle memory remember. You know? You shower regularly, right? Yeah, pretty regularly. I don't shower every day, especially if I'm staying home. But the most I'll go is like 2 days without showering. After that, I feel too gross. I don't know how anyone can go longer than that. And I will say, with all my exercising, and it makes me all sweaty and gross, if I work up a sweat, I am gonna shower that day. I don't want to sit in my own sweat all day. Except for today. I did not shower yet. I'll just shower tomorrow. Well, I worked up a bit of a sweat, but it wasn't that strong of one. So I still have more sweating I can do before I have to shower. Yeah. My exercise tolerance. Stop honking outside, car. It's ruining my talking. I'm talking about, yeah. 1 day is already too much. Really? It depends on the person. Not everyone gets as like oily and dirty in their daily, like it's just your day-to-day routine. Like let's say you're not exercising or doing anything that wears you out. It just kind of like depends on the person. You know. I think I've seen people before they can go 2 days without showering and they're A-okay. Me, I feel like it's just too much after that. Yeah. In Swedish we have a saying that basically goes, a bit of bacteria rinses the stomach, maybe it applies to teeth. Really? Maybe. Well, I learned something new today. Yeah. My entire PC just crashed and restored. I hope I didn't miss anything. Oh no, Austin! Well, I hope your PC is okay. I don't know what all you missed. I'm not sure. What does happen? That's confirming a habit, something my brain is incapable of doing. Really? I mean, making a habit is hard for me too, because I have to put like some real effort into it for at least a few days. Those first few days are like hell to me, trying to get myself to remember a new habit that I'm not used to. But then after that, it's like a lot easier for me to remember. You haven't reached your sweat quota yet. Yeah, I haven't. Look, if I don't have sweat dripping down my temples like yesterday. Did I shower yesterday? I don't know if I did. I can't remember. Probably didn't then because I can't remember. If I don't have sweat dripping down my temples and dripping down my legs, then it's not enough. It's not enough! Man, like, was that yesterday? That was one of my exercise days where I worked out so hard I actually could feel beads of sweat on my forehead. It felt weird. It felt like I had a bug in my hair. But I don't remember if that was yesterday or not. I don't know, because I took yesterday and the day before easier. But I feel like it was yesterday. But now I can't remember if it was yesterday. I'm not sure. Man, since I'm cursed with a sniffer, I have to always shower and brush my teeth because I can't tell on my own if I smell. Oh, that's gonna be rough. I haven't thought about that. If you don't have a sense of smell, it'd be harder to judge you. Well, I guess then you could probably just go by like feeling on your body. Because it's not just smell. You feel when you're gunky. I can kind of feel it right now. Especially like under my knees. Because like I like to sit crisscrossed in my chair all the time when I'm streaming. And when you're already kind of dirty, you feel it more there. There we go. Huh. Yeah. You ever had like sweat drip in your eyes and it hurts? Yes! I get that all the time with like the oil on my face. Not sweat, but like the oil on my face. I go to like rub my eye because it's itchy, but I didn't shower for like 1 day. It doesn't take very much. You don't shower for 1 day and then your body's like, ah, my own facial oil. Ah! It burns! It hurts! And then you have to stop what you're doing to go wash your face and rinse out your eyes. And it's so annoying. I dread the day it happens when I'm out of the house. I feel like I get pretty lucky. It happens to me usually when I'm at home. It happens fairly commonly and usually when I'm at home. It hasn't happened out of the house yet. But usually I shower before I leave the house. So maybe that's why it hasn't happened outside the house yet. Yeah, you're going cheesy with hinges. No, it's not that bad. Well, if I don't shower today, I'm definitely showering tomorrow. I don't like putting on like going out clothes if I haven't showered. You know. I don't like putting on the going out clothes if I haven't showered because it feels weird on my skin. I don't like it. Ooh. Like my body has to be clean for clean clothes. Clean clothes on dirty body feels weird. It feels bad. I don't like the feeling on my skin. So I have to be clean if I go out. Yeah. But if it's my dirty pajamas that I've been wearing already, then that's fine. Dirty pajamas don't trigger that. Only clean clothes do. Yeah. I have to use a headband for exercise or yard work. More important than a hat. Or true. I don't really exercise outside a lot. I just go hard in my bedroom on Wii Fit. Yeah. You know, if the Wii Fit board was more self-aware, he would absolutely be a foot bro. Yeah, you know when you step on the Wii balance board, it goes, oh, every single time, and I'm just like, God dang it. God dang it. It's a foot bro. It's a foot bro for sure. Can't stink up the new hot chocolate clothes. Oh, that's true. It's true. Yeah, if you didn't know, the Wii balance board actually does that. Every time, it's like, okay, I'm calibrated, step on now. You put your first foot on there, and it's just like, oh. Ooh. Can I take the place of the Wii Fit board? If you won't throw passive-aggressive comments at me, then sure. You'll have to deal with me squatting on your back, though. Are you ready for that? You want me to squat my muscular butt onto your spine? Well, I'm not squatting that low, but, you know. A lot of points for fries. It should have been me, not her.
Have a good trip, Rebbi. Hope you have fun.
Bye, Deborah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just wish it was easier to keep up my exercise routine while I'm on the trip. That's like the one thing I'm like, how am I gonna do that? How am I gonna keep up? I even debated bringing the Wii U with me. I'll just hook it up at every hotel. But I forgot I also need the balance board, and I'm just like, okay. Like, the Wii U's already a brick, and I was like, I don't know if I want to bring a big old brick with me, but maybe. But if I have to bring the balance board too, then that's 2 big bricks, and I don't want to bring 2 big bricks with me. Also, one of them is an asshole. Wow, she mentioned on the super, but it should have been me. So why are you fatter today, huh? You know, I kind of wonder if the reason it stopped asking me the last few days, like what the reason for waking is because now that I've been doing it for 2 weeks, maybe it finally realizes like, okay, she's been consistently exercising every day for 2 weeks. Now it's muscle density. It wasn't before. Before it was just obesity. But now it's muscle density. So I'll stop asking her about it. Oh man, does that mean when I get home from the trip, it's gonna start asking me again? No! I do not want the Wii Fit board to begin moaning when I start working out. I think it's more supposed to be like feeling the weight shift on it, like you know, like you're when you it's like if you get something like heavy put on your back, you're like, oof, you know. I think it's meant to be more like that, but like, sorry, we balance board. I've been on the internet. I've seen some things. It no longer looks innocent. What if we had a pop-up shop, like? When exactly did you wait, pop-up? I don't know why I said pop-up shop. The word shop's not in there. Pop-up, like, when exactly did you last? No! Oh, man. Sometimes it does ask me questions like that, actually. Not about bathroom, like, stuff. but it does ask me similar questions. It'll ask me like, so, actually, it asked me recently, how much do you think you weigh right now? And I'm like, tap, tap, tap this number. And it was like, that's really close. It's like, no, I think that's dead on. The Wii balance board thinks I'm a few pounds less than I actually am. So I went a few pounds higher than what it thinks. Because I'm like, this is... Well, I don't know. It's either that the scale downstairs is not weighing me properly, or the Wii balance board is not. One of them's not weighing me properly. You know, maybe it's actually the scale downstairs and I don't actually weigh that much. Maybe it's actually less than that. I have no idea. Which would you trust? An old piece of hardware from like 2007? Or a scale that's way more modern? Try putting a weight on it. Oh, you know, I should do that. But then it's gonna make it think that it's my weight. Unless maybe I could do the simple test. There's this thing called a simple test, and I don't usually do it because it's like a faster body test. Does it even let you do it after you've done the body test? I don't know. Maybe if I did that though. I don't know. I have to like see. But yeah, it'll ask me stuff like that. Sometimes it'll ask like, how much sleep have you been getting per night? And I always put in 6 to 8 because I get 6 to 8 hours of sleep every night. And it's like, that's pretty good. Yeah, the ideal is like 8 hours of sleep every night, you know, and getting adequate sleep helps with like weight loss and stuff. It helps with your, you know, exercise stuff, so you're doing good. And I always feel good when it compliments me, but I know it's also got a dark side. You know, the Wii Fit trainer never insults me. The Wii Fit trainer, if she's got something bad to say, she's always words it gently. And I appreciate that. And she also compliments me way more often than the balance board does. The balance board is just a mean, old, haggard man. I saw an old cartoon talking about Wii Fit. When the guy stood on the board, it said, "Please remove the fridge." No! That reminds me of a story I heard once. Actually, I think I heard it from my sister. My sister told me that she once heard a story where this family had someone in their family that was like very obese. So they were trying to get them to exercise so they can lose weight and be healthier. They told them to get on the balance board for Wii Fit, and this person apparently, according to the story, weighed so much that they broke the balance board. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if Wii Fit will work. If you're like 500 plus, that might be too much. I don't know. Well, it is an electronic. Fortune, no! It couldn't handle it. It was the last set of feet that ever got to experience. What do your socks look like right now? We bounce board. Well, my answer would be no. Every time. I don't wear socks. Yeah, I'm stepping on that board barefoot. Sometimes I work out so hard I can feel that there's sweat under my feet, and every single time I just think like, yeah, he probably likes that. I usually notice it when I'm trying to do the hula hoop game, which I am awful at. I used to be so much better at the hula hoop game when I was a kid. Every single time now, I can barely get to 3 stars. 3 out of 4 stars. 4 is like the max you can get. I don't know why it's 4, not 5, but it's 4 stars. So like, I can barely even get to 3. It's usually like 2 or sometimes even 1. With like, I don't know why. I'm shaking my hips around. It just doesn't want to register it all the time. But usually that's what I notice because I have less friction under my feet, and that's what I'm like, dang it, no, you're making it harder for me to wiggle my hips in a circle because my feet are shifting. And how is it going to accurately read my weight distribution if my feet are shifting? And that's not going to help me. And then I think about how the balance board is a football, and yeah. Yeah. I think the balance board is rated for up to 300 pounds. Yeah, that maybe sounds about right. Cause I know my dad, I don't know how much he weighs exactly. I wanna say it's around 200 though. Probably. And every time my dad plays it, the balance board told him he was overweight. So if you're already going overweight around 200 pounds, then 300 is probably about the max, if I were to just kind of make a guess based on that. Yeah, my dad was always overweight. Every single time he played, the Wii balance board told him, "You're fat, bro!" When I was younger, it always told me, like, I was always underweight. Every single time I ever did it, it was underweight. Yeah. I'm trying to get back to underweight. I don't know if I'll be able to get there, though. I'm, like, right in the middle of the healthy weight. Ooh. Which I know is a good thing, but still, though. I was supposed to get on one of those small planes that had the stairs built into the door, but then some fat dude broke them. No! You know, that's gotta be really embarrassing. Like, I feel kind of bad for them. Yeah. Stop shaking your hips around! That's the whole point! It's a hula hoop game! No, when I was a kid, though, I would, like, I think maybe I'm not rotating my hips properly or something. Because when I was a kid, we actually had hula hoops that we would play with. So then when I did the hula hoop game, I knew what I was doing. But I haven't used a hula hoop in a long time. So I kind of wonder if maybe that's affecting my ability to hula hoop. You know? The hips do in fact lie. We're not encouraging being underweight, are we? No. Just for me. Just for me personally. Also, it's kind of just a joke though. If I just get a little closer to my goal, I'll be happy. It doesn't have to actually be underweight. Nah. I've been overweight since I was like 15, but I'm lighter now than I've been in a long time. Yeah, that's awesome! Yeah, me and the Frogmouth, we're in our fitness arc right now. Yeah. Fitness stick in your mouth. Oh! Yeah! It depends on the person. My doctor logged me as obese at 200 pounds, and I was 185 when you saw me. Oh, really? But you looked good, though. Yeah, I would not have guessed that, like, a high number. You look really good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, sometimes my brain is just like, I'll take this moment to not give you any words to think of saying, and then it's an awkward silence. No, for real though, yeah, you look great, so yeah, I would not have guessed that. I'm just saying, only 15 pounds higher than that and I was obese. Nah. I mean, it does depend on the person, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying, yeah, I would not have said that. Height to weight ratio is key. This is true. But yeah. So I don't think I'm doing too bad either. I don't know if I should start talking specific numbers and stuff, but I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. The Rock would have technically been obese. Yeah, you know, that makes me wonder if someone really muscular with a lot of muscle density, like, stepped on the balance board. Would the balance board say they're obese just because of the weight of their muscles and stuff? Probably, actually. The balance board only knows numbers and doesn't know the difference between fat and muscle. It's a bit of a basic person. Yeah, BMI is a crock. Bodybuilders are always called obese. Oh, really? Yeah, it does track BMI. That's what it tells me with my body test every day. It's like, your BMI has gone up a little bit, it's gone down a little bit, it's gone up a little bit, it's gone down a little bit. Yeah, but I feel like even though, like, the numbers just, you know, it's like fluctuating like that, I feel like I've been, like, checking out certain parts of me. Like, every so often, I'll, like, check it out, and I noticed, like, that there's parts on me that are, like, smaller now. I've been, like, successful in losing some of that, and it just makes me really happy. I'm like, yes, it's working! This is where I break for 2 hours straight! BMI doesn't really work for muscular people. Maybe that's why it's not working for me. I mean, I'm not jacked or ripped or anything. I'm not a bodybuilder, but Yeah, I got more muscle, so maybe it's like, ha. Yeah, the balance board just goes by BMI. Bodybuilders don't have much fat on them, but are still considered obese by that standard. Yeah, it only knows number go up and down. It doesn't understand the other stuff like that. In that way, it's like something you gotta keep in mind if you're using Wii Fit to exercise. It's like the Wii balance board doesn't understand those like nuances. Yeah, that's the word I was trying to think of. I'm like, there's a word that starts with N, and I'm trying to think of it. It's nuances, nuance. It doesn't understand the nuances here. So I have to like remember that myself, because sometimes I feel discouraged when I just see the number go up and down every day. But that's where you like, instead of looking at the number, you look at like, okay, well, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Are you feeling lighter? Because, like, you know, if I get on a diet for a while and I'm exercising for a while, I will notice I feel like noticeably lighter, because I'm able to notice it. And, you know, if I I had trouble for a while. What I've been trying to lose all this time is like there's like a pocket of like, I hate saying the word fat on Twitter. Like on my like thighs. I've been like trying to work at that. Cause that's really the only part that's been like sort of bothering me is like, you know, I'm nice and thin like everywhere else. And just, my body's just like, oh, but I want your thighs to be thick though. And I'm like, no, I don't want my thighs to be thick. So I've been working at that. And what I've been using to like judge is like, if I like sit down and I like put my foot up and I have my leg like shaped like, you know, like triangle. I notice now that it doesn't like, I don't want to say the word hang out on it doesn't stick out as much as it used to. And then I'm just like, yay, I'm making progress. Yay! Slowly, finally, I'm actually making progress in it. That's where I'm kind of sad that I'm taking a trip, because I've been enjoying, like, just seeing the slow progression, and now it's gonna be hard for, like, over a week. How am I supposed to do my hard exercising? I mean, I can exercise without the Wii balance board and Wii Fit, but it helps me stick to it a lot easier. If I'm, like, trying to finish a game, I'll get, like, stupidly tired. There's been times where my lower, like, shins, like, kind of hurt a bit. From, not a lot, but just like a little tiny bit achy from all the exercising on my legs I've been doing. And I'm still able to push through it because I'm so focused on like beating this game or getting this high score. It like helps me a lot. But so like I can exercise without it, but like it makes it a lot easier for me. I don't really want to do it without it. Yeah, you got a Mewtwo Max. No! Well, yeah, BMI is very outdated standard. It only accounts for your height and current weight. Really? I never knew much about the BMI, to be honest. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. It's easy to feel bummed out when you're checking everything too frequently. Consistency over long periods of time are the true measure of progress. I've been reading that online, too, yeah, when I, like, sorry, I had to book. When I go online and I try to read like tips from other people, I'll get on like Reddit, I'll get on Quora, where like actual people are talking about it and not websites that want to sell me something, because a lot of them want to sell me something. So I'll go on like websites where people are actually talking about it and read like, you know, tips and stuff like that. And it's been really helpful. It's been really helpful. Yeah. Yeah. One whole week won't mess you up too much. Try to squeeze in a walk here and there while you're gone. Yeah, there'll be walking, and then I could probably exercise in my hotel room. Maybe the hotels will even have like a gym I could use. I've never used the gym at a hotel before, but maybe now's the time. I could go run on a treadmill. I've always thought treadmills look super fun. I want to exercise on the treadmill. I've always wanted to own a treadmill. Even when I was a kid, I was just like, they just look fun, man. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel awkward going in there by myself. And like, what if I'm like in there? Well, first I have to figure out how to turn on the treadmill. What if I go in there and there's already somebody in there and I'm like, oh god, and I make my way to a treadmill that's not being used. But then I have to figure out how to turn it on, how to set the pace that I want, the speed and stuff. How to set the incline if I want one. Do I want an incline? Going uphill always tires my legs out though. I don't know. And then what if they like notice me because now I'm the only other person in the room that was otherwise empty and they're feeling self-conscious of my presence, so they're like looking over and then they see me struggling with this treadmill and then they either ignore me, which is honestly I think I'd probably rather they ignore me, or they'll come over and be like, do you need help? And I'll just be like, oh, a person! I don't want to talk to a person right now. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I don't actually know how to turn this on. And then they're gonna be like, oh, here, this is how you do it. And I'm like, hey, thanks. And then I'm just like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Yeah. Yeah. I want to see everyone do their best. This is cool. My experience, gym people are supportive. Might depend on the spot, I guess. Yeah, I haven't been to an actual gym in a long time. There was one time I went with a friend. We went together. It was the only time we ever went. Honestly, I like the idea of going to the gym, especially if I won't have access to my Wii U and stuff. I mean, I could bring the Wii U, and I could bring the balance board. It would just be a pain in the butt. Especially the balance board. It's like huge, man. It's pretty big. It's like a little bigger than the size of a regular scale you'd have in your bathroom. Like, it's pretty big. And I just don't know if I want to bring that. Like, I could put it. Oh, it's gonna make my luggage bag so heavy. I could maybe fit it in my luggage, but like, it would make it so heavy. Also, if I do my body test at a different time of day, which I probably would because I'd be waking up super early to continue driving every day. I'm about to change the time where I like do my test and then it's gonna be like, you know, you want to do this at the same time every day for accurate results. And I'm like, I know! But now I'm on vacation! It would probably be hard to keep up with it though once I actually get to where my family is and stuff. Yeah. Maybe we'll end up as a video on Twitter or TikTok. Just gonna set the treadmill to max and go to the wall. No! I missed a bit of the conversation. Are you gonna be staying at hotels? It's a kind of a break between long drives. Yeah. My family lives quite a bit away from where I am, so it's gonna be a multi-day road trip, multi-day drive. And I'll be staying at hotels and stuff. But I think it kind of depends on like where I'm staying though. It's like, if it's like a Hampton Inn or something, then like, okay, yeah, maybe I can go use their gym. But if it's somewhere like, well, I don't know. Do Motel 6s even have gyms? I don't think they do. I don't remember if they do or not. If they do, it's a very small one. I don't know. I thought about getting a membership at my local indoor pool because they have a gym, but I just can't be bothered. Well, if you want to, I think it'd be a great way to do that. Yeah, not usually though. They might have a pool though. I mean, do I take my swimsuit? I don't know. I think it's gonna be colder where I'm going. I'm not sure. Like a bit cooler. I don't know if it'll be warm enough to swim or not. I don't know. We should have got you that set of resistance bands. You could have taken them with you. Frick, yeah, you're right. If I had gotten them, I could have taken them with me. Well, there's certain exercises that I can even just do in my hotel room, even if I don't go to the gym. Although I probably would try. I'd probably try to go to the gym. But I can do my jackknives and absolutely suffer. And I can do my rowing squats. And I don't suffer with those. The other day, I did like 90 squats. 90 squats the other day. I did a lot of them. Yeah. I've got like pretty good resistance in my legs for the squats now. They look pretty good. Go skinny dipping in the public pool. No! There's gonna be some old dude staring at me from inside the window, I can tell you now. Yeah. That ain't happened too. Yeah, and like usually like I prefer like nicer places and stuff. But like usually when I go to like a Motel 6, they also tend to be in not the nicest areas. And I probably wouldn't want to leave my hotel room. So yeah. Yeah. Honk honk. But I am looking forward to it. It'll be nice to see my family. And I'm gonna it's been a while since I've been on a road trip. I'm gonna have a lot of fun. I'm gonna see a lot of stuff. And by the time I get back, it'll almost be time for the new model to be worked on. And I am very much looking forward to that. Yeah, impressive. Thank you. Yeah, I can pretty easily do at least 60 every day now. Yeah, who would do that? You would. I think you would. I don't trust you. I think you'd be staring at me through the window like a creeper. Yeah. My body is still trying to book, but okay, I'm good. I travel a lot for work, so I have a massive amount of hotel points. Oh, really? Ooh. Yeah, it's nice when you can stay at like the nicer hotels. There was one time when I was with my family, we stayed at like a Best Western, I think. I'm pretty sure it was a Best Western. I feel pretty confident. They had the nicest bathroom ever, man. Like, I don't know if it's all Best Westerns or if it's just like some of them every so often, I don't know. But like, man, they had a nice bathroom. Like the shower in there. It was one of those ones that has like the glass sliding doors. And it's like nice and tile. And it had like waterfall setting. And it was big. It was a big shower. Like me and my sister could shower in there easily. I don't remember if we actually did together or not. But we could have. Yeah. I'm not having my walk right now. Pray you really. Pray I don't get blown away. Careful. Make sure you don't get dusted and blown into your eyes. Yeah, there was one time I went on a walk not that long ago. Well, actually, this was a few months ago now. Still, though, it wasn't that long ago. And like, it wasn't even a particularly windy day, but man, like, there was dust everywhere. Dust everywhere. I got it in my eyes and in my mouth. I was like, ew. You know you're in a fancy hotel when they have a nice bathroom. Yeah, I've stayed in hotels that have really nice bathrooms and ones that do not have very nice bathrooms. And the ones that don't have nice bathrooms are usually the ones that are usually crappy overall. Yeah, but sometimes even in the nicer hotels, you get like weird experiences. My family usually like to stay in Hampton Inns because they're pretty nice. You know, they're not like luxurious, but they're like a pretty standard level of quality, you know? They're pretty nice. And like most of the time we stay in a Hampton Inn, we have no problems. But I do have a handful of stories from a few different Hampton Inns that we've stayed in, that have not been amazing. I can think of 3 right off the bat. Well, there was this one time. I think this one was at Hilton Gardens, which is owned by the same company as Hampton Inn. It's all owned by Hilton. So you get pretty much the same thing. And we stayed in the Hilton Garden. We walk into our hotel room. And you know, we're like putting our stuff down, putting the luggage down, you know, all of that. And we see a cricket. And it's like, oh, well, there's a cricket in here. It's not that big a deal, whatever. I think we ignored it for a bit. But then we noticed there was another cricket. And I was like, there's another cricket. There's 2 crickets in here. Really? 2 crickets. Okay. And then we found another cricket. And then we found another cricket. And then I think one of us pulled back the curtains next to the window. And there were more crickets. And the entire room was infested with crickets. Yeah, we asked to be swapped out of that room. There's a cricket infestation in here. I've never seen so many crickets everywhere. And then you realize they were not crickets. They were crickets. They were crickets. They were all crickets. I don't know. I've never heard of a cricket infestation until then. Cause I don't know. Maybe they're pretty common. Actually, I have no idea. But yeah, that was my first time seeing one. Yeah. And then there was another time. We were on a road trip. And we stayed. I think this one was in Hampton Inn. I don't remember for sure. It was Hampton Inn. It was either Hilton or Garden or Hampton Inn. I'm pretty sure it's Hampton Inn. I remember it was in Oklahoma. Any Frogmouths live in Oklahoma? I don't know if you do. Well, this took place in Oklahoma. And my family and I, we got 2 different rooms. Because I'm kind of from a bit of a big family. So sometimes we'd get 2 rooms. We'd split them up. So my parents and a lot of the younger siblings were in one room. And then me and some of my siblings closer to my age were in the other room. They were right next door to each other, separated by a wall. And, you know, we would frequently do that. So, my parents and younger siblings are all in the other room. I'm settling down for bed. So, I get my blankets out of my bag, lying down, pull back the covers, whatever. And I noticed that on my pillow, there was like a beetle. And I was like, oh, there's a beetle on my pillow. Well, I guess I'll just like swat it away, right? So I started like swatting. I swatted it off my pillow and I laid down and I'm like, closing my eyes. I'm just like, whatever. And then my sisters who were in the other bed, because it's one of those hotels that has like 2 double beds in it. So I think me and my brother, I think we're gonna share a bed, and then 2 of my sisters were gonna share the other bed. I think. I can't remember the exact arrangement. But like after I had my head there for a minute or 2, then they started saying like, wait, there's like bugs in the bed. I was like, huh? Yeah, like the other bed had them too. There's like bugs in the bed. So then we got up and told, we went over to my parents' room and said like, there's like bugs in the bed over here. There's like beetles in the bed. And then my mom came over and started like looking at it, inspecting at the beds and stuff. And then she said, these are bed bugs and we gotta get you out of this room. It was like something like that. I had never seen bed bugs before, so I thought they were beetles. They were not beetles. Well, I don't know, actually, are bed bugs a classification of beetles? I don't think they are. But, yeah, so we took all of our stuff, and I remember that I had like a pair of jeans that I had sat on this little seat that I was gonna wear the next day. There was a bed bug trying to cling to them, like to be carried off with us. Yeah, bed bugs! It was the first time I'd ever seen bed bugs in my life. So we all went into the other room, which I guess did not have bed bugs. It was just the one that I was in. And my family was talking to the hotel people, and they were very apologetic. They had no idea that there were bed bugs in the room, and they offered to wash all of our stuff on like the high settings that you need for heat and stuff, completely for free, complimentary. They tried their best to make it up to us, so they got us a new room. Yeah. I remember being a little worried because they had to wash everything on really high heat to make sure that no bed bugs were being brought over. And I was worried about my blankets because I have these blankets that I sleep with every night. I've had them since I was a kid. I was worried about them. But they were all fine, actually. We got pretty lucky. It turned out okay. None of the bed bugs came with us. We did not have any trouble with our stuff. We didn't lose anything. And we just like left. And that was that. Yeah, that is the least I can do. You'd be surprised. Sometimes hotels don't even do the bare minimum. Which my last bad hotel story kind of applies to that. But yeah, this whole thing took place in Oklahoma, and now I just associate Oklahoma with bed bugs. Every time I have to go to Oklahoma, which is not very commonly at all, but if I ever do, or like someone's talking about going through Oklahoma on their trip, I'm just like, Oklahoma, that's the bed bug state. I know they can be anywhere, but just the fact that I did see them in Oklahoma makes me associate them. Yeah, Oklahoma, the bed bug state. host, we got really lucky that we did not have any issues with them. They get in your stuff, they lay eggs, they're hard to get rid of, they're hard to kill. At least you didn't get eaten in your sleep. This is true. I don't think they even had the chance to bite us. Like, I don't know. I wonder if that room had not been occupied for a while and they were pretty desperate because they were coming out like really early in the night. I mean, well, by really early, it was probably already around midnight because that's usually when we would get to the hotel room. But still, they came out pretty early before we all fell asleep, and I'm happy for that because it probably would have been a lot worse if they waited for us to be asleep. Oh, yeah. Are you going to sleep, Muggy? Have a good night. Good night. Thanks for hanging with us. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, if we'd fallen asleep, it probably would have been a lot worse. Bedbugs are the worst because they usually live in hotels and try to hitch a ride with people's luggage. They do! They tried to do that with my pants! And luckily we caught it, you know? One of them was trying to cling to my pants. Yeah. And poor Oklahoma losing reputation in random hotel. I'm just happy that the hotel was nice about it. I associate Oklahoma with casinos and toll booths. Really? Coin for fun. I just associate it with bedbugs. Thank you. Well, I think I'm gonna $2 soon, but help, I got Rebbi bugs. It keeps taking my money. But that's the best kind of bugs that you can get. Yeah! I wasn't there when parents found a severed foot in my hotel room. Wait, did you mean to say severed foot? Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Your parents found a severed foot in a hotel room? Huh? Okay, you know what? I was sitting here thinking my third story was going to top all these stories, but I think Alexis might have the top here. I've got one more hotel story, and it's like, it's gross, but not like that. What the heck? I hate bedbugs. My oldest uncle lived with me. My paternal grandma and mom decided to sleep in a motel because the small couch was uncomfortable. I brought back some, causing an infestation. No, they're the worst. Yeah, ever since then, every single time I stay at a hotel now, I do a bedbug check on the bed. You know, go to one of the corners of the sheets, pull them back, check under the sheets, check the mattress, try to check under the mattress if you can. It's not foolproof, because I think I've heard of people doing all that and they still end up having bed bugs in that room. They just didn't notice it. But I think checking makes it like less likely. Like you're more likely to catch them if you do that, you know? To do a bed bug check every single time you go to a hotel. I highly recommend, as soon as you walk into a hotel, don't set your stuff down on soft cushioned surfaces. Set it down on the hard surfaces, because they're going to be in the cushioned areas, and then do a check first. If you see nothing, which like most of the time, you're not going to find anything. They're not that common that you're going to, like I've never seen bed bugs again outside of that one time. But, you know, it helps a lot. I highly recommend it. Anyway, a severed foot? What? At least the corpse won't follow you home like the bugs. You know, that's true. But who's carrying a severed foot into their hotel room? Was it their foot? Was it someone else's foot? Now I have all these questions. Yeah, was it real or Halloween decorations? I imagine if it was a Halloween decoration. I mean, that might still be a funny story, but it wouldn't nearly be that. Like, this feels real just from the way it's being told so far. Man, and here I thought my third story was gonna be really gross. They said it was definitely a real foot wrapped in a garbage bag and shoved in the garbage can! Oh god. Also, whoever handled that foot does not know how to get rid of a body. That is like some terrible. What's the word when you're getting rid of a body? It starts with a D? It starts with a D. What's the word I'm trying to think of? It's not displace. Disposal. Yeah, dispose. That's what it is. Yeah, this person was not good at disposing a body. Thank you. Yeah, that's my foot. I was wondering where I lost it. I've never seen a foot that was not attached to a person. Me neither, and I hope I I hope I never, I don't know. Like, I've seen headless animals, but I've never seen with a person. I hope it stays that way. Yeah, man, meanwhile, I was gonna say, like, my last hotel story, this was another Hampton Inn. Just cause Hampton Inn is a fine hotel chain. All of these are just from Hampton Inns because my family would pretty much exclusively stay at Hampton Inns. So, so, same deal. My family got 2 rooms, side by side. This time, the rooms were connected. We could like walk between them, connected doors, whatever. Cool. I'm getting ready for bed. I got my pajamas on. I go to the bed that I decided I was gonna sleep in. Pull back the covers, and I start to get into the bed, and then I stop because as I'm climbing into the bed, there's something wet on my legs, and I'm just like, what? So I get out of the bed, and like I'm like inspecting the sheets, and there's like something on the sheets. I get real close to it and sniff it. It's pee. There was pee in the bed, and I'm just like, and I go to my dad. I said, "There's pee in the bed." I put my leg in it. I put my leg in some random person's pee. I had to go wash my leg off, and my dad was just like, gross, and called them. And yeah, someone did not do their job because Hampton Inn always guarantees they clean the room, they clean the sheets. Someone did not do their job. Someone did not bother cleaning the sheets on that bed. They clearly made the bed without taking off the sheets to cut corners, and I caught them in the act by sitting in this random person's pee. And it wasn't that old either, clearly. It wasn't warm, because it wasn't from me or my family. Like, we had not been there long enough for even any of my little siblings to, like, have that happen. And, like, the bed was, like, made until I pulled back the sheets, so, like, this is from someone else. But it was still wet. So whoever had, like, stayed there the night before or whatever, like, I guess maybe had an accident or something. Maybe, like, a little kid, I don't know. But someone there did not do their job. I kind of hope they got fired, because I don't want to sit in anyone's pee. I don't even want to sit in my own pee. But at least when it's my own pee, it's my own. I don't know whose pee this is. Man. Hampton Inn just sounds familiar, but I haven't traveled in almost a decade. If you live in the US, they're everywhere. You probably know what they are. Yeah, they peed Rebbi's bed! They did! Yeah, I take the 7-foot over pee in the bed, to be honest. What? You can't tell me that! I would rather sit in 10 more pee beds from different people than find a severed body part in my room. No! No! There's like a different kind of horror that comes from finding a severed body part in your room. Thank you! And to be honest, it was gross, but like I was not actually that grossed out by it. I come from a family that has a lot of kids. Accidents happen a lot, and me personally, I used to have like problems holding it when I was really little. So I used to very frequently wake up in like a wet bed. I would wet the bed all the time because I just couldn't hold it overnight for a while. That problem just kind of went away on its own after a bit. But when I was really young, I used to have accidents a lot. So I feel like, I guess like it's gross because I don't know whose it is, but like the rest of that was just like, well, I'm used to this, so I guess, I don't know. I didn't think of a $2 suit, but big pee-pee hammer indeed. No, because if I had, or maybe if I had a big pee-pee, I wouldn't be wetting the bed so much. Or maybe that's the reason that it stopped, just because I grew into having a big pee-pee. There's a lot of ways this could go here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. One day that problem just kind of went away. Yeah. I'm happy. It'd be pretty embarrassing if I still had to deal with that. Yeah, cleaning room is sleeping. We're like lazy. Lazy. Man, I love Hampton Inns and another hotel I hotel too. I forget the name of. My mom, older brother, nephew, step-nephew, and I stayed in vacationing in San Antonio. In my experience, the best ones I've been to have been Hampton Inns, and then sometimes there's been a couple times I've stayed in the Best Western. I'm pretty sure it's Best Western. I'm pretty sure. Let me look it up. Wait, can I get a photo of Best Western? Is this the one that's like nice? It's not like another standard. I'm pretty sure Best Westerns are pretty nice, I think. And I like to see these photos. Yeah, these are pretty nice looking rooms. They're clean. There's like presentation with the beds, the way the beds are made. They turned all the pillows sideways in these photos to really make it presentable. Presentation. They even took a photo of the hot tub to show that they got hot tubs. Oh man, and they showed there's a picture here of waffle. The waffle has a heart in the middle of it. From the waffle maker. Complimentary breakfast. Hot tub. Yeah, Best Westerners take some effort, put some effort into making themselves look presentable. Yeah. Like I'm a pine merchant. I don't want to do that. I don't know what that is, and I don't know who you are, so you're probably asking me to look up something weird. Yeah, very reasonable. Yeah, if you ever vacation in the U.S., Hampton Inns and Best Westerns are pretty nice. So they're pretty solid hotels. Yeah. Oh, also the last time I stayed in a Marriott was also pretty nice. Yeah, pretty nice. Although I've only ever stayed in a Marriott once, so I don't know how they are across different hotels and stuff. Ooh, a pine merchant is like a weasel. You asked me to look up a weasel? That is very cute. Ooh. Now, I don't want to get distracted from the conversation though. Hot tub sounds nice. I have not been in a hot tub in so long. I want to sit in the hot tub. Haven't time to forget to take my swimsuit with me though. Maybe I should bring it with me. Maybe the hotel where I'm going has a hot tub. Oh my god, can you stop? Loud cars! Jeez, bro. I stayed at the Marriott River Center in San Antonio. It was connected to a mall by a door you open with a key card. Connected to the mall? Really? Whoa! Look at this weasel. Yeah. I guess so. Sorry for my skepticism. I get people who come in here sometimes and they're like, hey, can you say this? And it's like, if you were to say it out loud, it's a slur. We had that not that long ago. I was playing Minecraft and someone wanted me to say basically the N-word. They were trying to trick me into saying the N-word. And I'm just like, no. You're not gonna trick me with that. No. So now, if it's like a chatter I don't know and they're asking me something, I'm not 100% sure what it is. I'm just incredibly skeptical about it. Yeah. Yeah, it was bleh. Oh, also, when you get those people who come in and they're like, hi, can I ask a question? Can I ask you a weird question? And there's this part of me that always wants to be like, what is it? Out of curiosity. But you know they want to ask you something, like, strange. Like, you know they want to ask you something that they probably should not be asking you. And I think the only reason they're bothering to ask if they can ask instead of just asking is so that way, like, well, the streamer said I could. I was like, I have no idea what you're about to ask. I just ignore it when I get questions like that. And then if you ignore it, they never ask. They don't usually ask if you ignore it. Which just furthers the idea that you were gonna ask me something strange. Yeah. I asked you a question, Rebbi. Why are you so silly and cute? I don't know. I was gonna say something witty, but I can't think of anything. Totally unrelated. Can you spell ICUP? I-cup. It's like IHOP, but instead of cups, there's P. I'm gonna be honest though. Every time I go to IHOP, which is not very often at all, I very rarely go to IHOP, but when I do, the servers are never hopping. They never hop to the table. It's false advertisement. You work in a place called IHOP, but you're not gonna hop for the customers? What is this, man? They don't hop? This means whoa! They've never hopped to my table! It's the worst! I should start introducing myself by telling people to look at pictures of silky anteaters. Wait, I love silky anteaters! I love silky anteaters. I know what that is, so I'm gonna Google it. They're so baby. I'm gonna show enough a photo of a silky anteater. I'm gonna do it. I'm getting a photo of a silky anteater. Frick, I keep spelling silk. Ooh, get rid of the U! They're so baby! Ah! He looks like he's judging you. They're so cute! Look at them! I want to see one in person. I've never met one in person before. But I love silky anteaters. They're so cute.
Need froggy snacks for your trip.
Thank you, Sandu. Thank you for the chippy. Here, here's a silky anteater for you. Judging on my sin. Yeah, he's judging you. Yeah. You know, another animal I really want to meet in person. I want to meet... I'm gonna get a photo. I'm gonna get a photo. I wish I could show off photos without having to download them all. Because then I have to clear out my photos later. And sometimes I forget I even have the animal photo on here and I'm just looking at my photos and it's like... Does anybody know what this is? I'm curious if anybody knows before I say. Where's our animal identifiers? Animal identifiers in the chat. Yeah. He does have big eyes. It's not a monkey, no? No? I don't know if it's a kind of lemur either, actually. It is a primate. It is a primate. So, are lemurs primates? I think they are, right? I think they are. Most of my animal knowledge is in reptiles and marine stuff, so. Or that's, I forgot it, slow something. Yeah, slow loris! It's a slow loris. Yeah. Isn't he cute? He's got fingers. Did you know the slow loris is one of the few venomous mammals? Yeah, they have a gland. I think it's near their armpit. I'm pretty sure it's near their armpit, but they have a gland on them that produces venom. I'm pretty sure it's near their armpit. I feel like I remember that. Yeah. I went to a zoo once that had a slow loris. And I got so excited. You don't know how excited I was at the idea of meeting a slow loris. But then I looked and I couldn't find him. I don't know if he just wasn't in there or if he was just really well camouflaged, but I didn't get to see him. And that's the only time that I've ever seen a slow loris. Is the venom slow? I actually don't know. Let me read. They're found in Southeast Asia and nearby areas. They range from Bangladesh and Northeast India in the west to the Sulu archipelago in the Philippines in the east, and from Yunnan province in China in the north to the island of, is it Java? Is that how you say it? Java? The south. Ooh. Okay, wait, we read about the venom. The secretion from the arm contains a chemical related to cat allergen, but may be augmented by secondary toxins from the diet in wild individuals. Slow lurises move slowly and deliberately, making little or no noise, and when threatened, they stop moving and remain motionless. Their only documented predators apart from humans include snakes, changeable hawk eagles. What? Changeable hawk eagles? Can they change between being a hawk and an eagle? This is interesting. And orangutans. Although cats, birds, and sun bears are always suspected. Okay, but what about the answer to that question about the venom? Is it slow? Is it a fast-acting venom? Okay, slow lurises have a toxic bite, a trait rare among mammals and unique among the primates. The toxin is obtained by licking a sweat gland on their arm. Okay, I don't know if it's near their armpit, but it's on their arm, so close enough. And the secretion is activated by mixing it with saliva. Their toxic bite, once thought to be primarily a deterrent to predators, has been discovered to be primarily used in disputes within the species. Man, if they're out here having an argument, they're just like, frick you, Bob, bite your butt. Yeah. Isn't it interesting? I've heard some people will get them and like devenom them and have them as pets. But it's really sad because they're like forever in pain if you do that. Yeah. Slow lorises are not meant to be pets. They're wild animals. Even if they are really cute. And I do want to pet one. But they cannot be pets. To be fair, some humans do that as well. You know, that's true. This is true. Yeah, I really want to see one in person. I got so close with that one zoo. I don't even remember where the zoo was, because I think it was on a trip, so it's not like around where I live. I don't remember where it was.
Pugilimash the Sundakalugo. I know you are not going to trust me, but it's a real animal, I swear.
I know who you are, though, Snuffer, so I'll trust you. Sundakalugo. Wait, he's cute! Wait, he's cute! I'm gonna get a photo. I like him. It is an animal. Let me add it in here. Look at him! Look at him! Look at this guy! It's a type of flying squirrel, I guess. He can fly! Look at him! Oh my goodness. Look at his big eyes. He's got a lot to see. He's gonna see him with them big peepers. What a goober. He's a goober. Look at his little fingers. You can see his hand through his wing. Look at that. Look at him. I want to pet him. Reminds me of a Pogchomp. He kind of does look a little like a Pogchomp. With the head shape and how big the eyes are and like the shape of the eyes. It kind of looks like a Pogchomp. Yeah. He has seen everything. I like him. Oh, it says Sunder Flying Lemur. Oh, it's a lemur, not a squirrel. Wow. They're native to Southeast Asia. They're so cool. Wait, how big are they? How big did they get? Does it say how big they get? I don't know if it says it in here. How big are they? or not? I should just like crop it. I should take this photo and like crop it. Just give me a second. Crop it so it's like this. No, because I'm so. I'll take this photo and crop it. It's like really close and then send this to Toffee. Not sure I like this new model, Rebbi. You don't like him? He's staring into your eyes. He likes you. He's cute. He kind of reminds me of, there's this like giant squirrel that lives, I think it's native to India. There's this giant squirrel. And I kind of want to meet it. It's this huge, humongous squirrel. Way bigger than any of the squirrels in the US. Even the ones that are particularly fat. Let me find it. It's like a golden giant. It's like golden something giant squirrel. The Indian giant squirrel. Yeah, they're freaking honking huge. Can I get like one next to a banana for scale? Give me a photo that shows off how freaking huge this guy is. I don't see a photo that's next to a banana. How am I supposed to show off how big they are? How do I spell squirrel again? Okay, I got it. I got it. I'm gonna send you guys the squirrel. Giant squirrel. Why is this photo so small? For a squirrel that's giant, this sure is a small photo. Here we go. Giant squirrel. They're huge. Look how big he is. Look how long his tail is. Yeah. Man, I want to go to India so I can be one of these guys. But I've heard India is not really safe for women. Is it worth it? I want to be a giant squirrel. I want to be a giant squirrel. Yeah. One of my favorite animals are flying foxes. They're bats native in South Asia that are the size of house cat. Yeah, flying fox bats. I think they're also fruit bats. Fruit bats and flying fox bats are the same bat, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And they're pretty big, and they're well known for having faces that look a lot like puppies. Puppies and foxes, rather than like the usual smushed face bat. A lot of people find flying fox bats to be the cutest bat. Although I do want to say that Honduran white bats are also up there. They're very cute. Honduran white bats. They're amazing. Wait, can I get a photo of a Honduran white bat? Honduran white bat. They're so baby. Let me find a good photo. They're very baby. I'm gonna have to delete all these photos later. Go on a photo hunt and delete all these photos. Why is the photo so big? Hang on. Here we go. Look how cute! They like to nestle up together. They're real small. And they nestle up together in big leaves. And they're very cute. Aren't they so cute and little? They're white and yellow. And they like to snuggle. I like them a lot. They're so cute. They look like Pokemon. Cute. Yeah! I've never seen one in person. I want to meet one in person. Man, everything on my bucket list is just going to be, everything on the bucket list is just going to be like, getting to meet this animal before I die, getting to meet this animal before I die, getting to meet that animal before I die. What's the fluffy Japanese bird again? Ah, that one I don't know. But there was a zoo. There was a zoo that I went to a while back, and it had one of the animals that I really wanted to meet. The tawny frogmouth. If you guys have heard of the tawny frogmouth, it's a bird. It's a kind of bird. Wait, this will probably be the last thing I grab a photo of, just because I'm like talking about it. Let me get a photo of the tawny frogmouth. Okay, hang on. Okay, I got a photo of it. What if I say I have a photo of it, but then I just whip out a photo of my butt? Nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, tawny frogmouth. There was a zoo that I went to. It was like a part of one of my other trips, like not super long ago. I went to a zoo. They had a tawny frogmouth. It was in this area where you could like walk through and find all the birds. The only problem is these guys are masters of camouflage, and like I could not find it. But it also didn't help that there was a bunch of people trying to walk through basically a narrow pathway. It was basically a narrow nature pathway that people were trying to walk through, which made it hard to stop and actually look for the guy. So I didn't get to see him, and I'm sad, because I've always wanted to see a tawny frogmouth. Yeah, that's a piece of driftwood. And no, he's a tawny frogmouth. He's like looking over to the right. Yeah, he's got his head turned. They have very interesting head shapes, and also very interesting mouth shapes. They're named for the shape and size of their mouth. Let me get another photo here. I'm pretty sure they're native to Australia. I'm not 100% though. Here's another photo that I got from the internet. This one's got babies. Look at the babies. Ah! Yeah, they got really big mouths. That's why they're named the tawny frogmouths. Yeah. And they have eyes that look like cat eyes. They kind of look like cat's eyes. Yeah! They're so cute. They kind of look like owls. Yeah, they kind of do. Owls also have the cat eyes. And they have them. I want to meet one so bad. Yeah. Have you ever seen an American possum in real life? I think so, yeah. Yeah, they live around where I do. I don't get to see them very often, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them before. Yeah, sometimes I see deer around where I live too. Deer. It's kind of scary though when you see deer, because deer are very dangerous. Yeah. There was this one time, before I became a full-time VTuber, and I still was working my day job, I was on my way home, driving home, and taking the normal route that I often take, And there's this part of the route where you have to go around a corner, and there's like a lot of foliage, right? So it's kind of hard to see around the corner. So I'm like driving, I go around the corner, and right as I turn the corner is where I see this foreground doe standing there, like in the road, basically, like either on the side of the road or like it's like right there. That was the first time in my life I had to slam on the brakes so hard that I could hear the wheels squeal outside, just like, and then this deer is just like, and this just kind of like slowly saunters across the road, and I'm just like, deer, run faster than that. My car stopped maybe like a foot or two from this deer. Like, it was very close. And I'm just like, ah! I've never been in a car accident, but I came pretty close that day. Well, actually, I have been in a car accident. Not when I'm the driver, though. I've never been in one when I'm the driver. Why do baby birds look so gruesome, but adult birds usually are small babies? Even like when they haven't gotten their feathers yet and they look like ball sacks, that's not their fault. Yeah. You can't convince me you had a day job. You were a VTuber from birth. I always have been pretty strange from birth. This is true. They look like those Furby toys. No! They do not look like Furbies. Don't you say that. They do not look like Furbies. Furbies are ugly and hideous. These guys are cute. Yeah, and they look so fluffy. Don't you just want to touch them? They'll probably like peck you and bite you. But like, I want to touch them. Because they look so soft and fluffy. I don't want to touch them. Yeah. They gotta do that. They do not! They do not! They do not look like Furbies. Yeah. Up north, you have to be careful of moose. Oh god, no. Imagine a 1,500-pound deer colliding with your vehicle. I have never been north enough that I have seen wild moose. But I think if I ever saw a wild moose, I would be scared. I like moose. But they're one of those animals you don't want to run into in the wild. They're dangerous. They will mess you up. And yeah, it'd be like colliding with like a moose. I've seen like stories online. People taking pictures, trying to take like selfies with moose. Do people think moose are these gentle creatures? They probably do. They probably do. If you ever see a moose in like animated media, it's always a gentle good guy. I don't think I've ever seen a villainous moose. But I feel like someone should come up with a villainous moose character. Because moose will mess you up. You know, I have to be super far north. Sometimes moose appear in the northern parts of New Mexico. Really? Well, I thought you'd have to go up near like Washington or something. Like one of those northern states that borders Canada. That's scary. Yeah. Yes, I've also seen a family trying to take pictures with wild bison. I was scared of that too. What are you doing? Come on, man. Come on. You can like them. Okay, here. How about we normalize taking family photos with wild animals? By like having the wild animal be far in the background and you're nowhere near it. You know, why can't you just take it like that? Have everyone group up far away and have the bison be in the background where you're not anywhere close to it. I mean, even then, I would be cautious being in the vicinity of a big, powerful, toting animal like that. But at least this way, you're not like right up in his business. But he's not gonna understand that you want a photo because you're a tourist. He's gonna be like, predator? Prey? Animal that I don't like. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy. No! Man, I like them, but like, yeah, like, keep your distance, you know? You know? Yeah, I remember seeing baby birds in a nest one time as a kid, and I thought they were huddled together, looked like a giant spider. Ah, no, poor babies. I like spiders though. I like tarantulas. I like when someone has a tarantula. I like when media has tarantulas. I also like when big spiders are not villains. That's the thing. We have some animals that I think should take a villain role sometimes and stuff. And then we have animals that are almost always in bad roles when I feel like they shouldn't be. You know, like spiders. A lot of spiders are pretty docile. And they don't want to mess with anybody. I'm turning on my AC. It's way too hot in here. Okay, turn down the temperature. There we go. No, spiders. I like spiders. I like tarantulas. They're so cute. They're just so baby. They're so baby. Yeah. Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah, Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter does it too. How many video games where spiders are almost always bad guys? Spiders and snakes. Actually, Harry Potter villainized both of those. Forget all the other reasons to cancel Harry Potter. We're gonna be canceling it because they villainize spiders and snakes, and in 2025, that's cringe as frick, man. I like snakes and I like spiders. Yeah. Wait. Speaking of, I have a question. Do you guys like snakes? Yes or no? Answer the question. Do you guys like snakes? Now, I'm gonna type in something and my autocorrect is like, oh, you want this? No! No, I do not want this. I do not. Yeah, I do not. Alright, are you guys answering my question? I'm looking up photos while you're answering that question. Are you answering it? Are you answering it? Are you answering it? Okay, I'm coming back to the chat. Oh, this is Yazzie! Thank you for the chat for 5 more months. Why you spank me? No, I've been a good girl. No. Okay. Yes. No. Yes. I love snakes. Spiders deserve it. No, they don't. Yes. Hell yeah. Sure. I like kittens. I love snakes. I love snakes. Man, I'm surprised that there's not more people saying no, because usually people are like, whoa. It makes me happy. Okay, for that one person who said no, I have something for you. I guess only for you, because you're the only person who said no. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Introducing the sand boa. These guys live in sandy areas, so they've adapted. They like to burrow under the sand, and they've adapted so their eyes are on top of their heads instead of on the sides like most snakes have. And it results in them looking very silly. They're very goofy looking. And apparently they also make great beginner snakes. For anyone who's interested in having one, apparently they make great beginner snakes. Just make sure you do your research if you want to get one, but like apparently they do. Yeah, they're so doofy looking. I love all the really doofy looking ones. And all the venomous ones. They're all my favorite. Sand boas are not venomous, by the way. You look so silly. Yeah, but ain't nobody getting the drop on him. No, I see you coming a mile away. Yeah, I thought it was a rattlesnake. Nope. This is a sand boa. You can also tell it's a sand boa by how freaking thick he is. Look how thick his body is. They're very thick snakes. They all look like that. He is a heckin' unit of a snake. Yeah. It's not that he just ate or anything, they're just like that. This dude licked a lemon slice. Yeah. Yeah, he's just a silly little guy. Okay, that's cute, so adorable. Yeah! You see, snakes can be very cute. I know many interesting snakes that I really, really like. Let me get another one. Let me get another one for you. An interesting snake. Let me find a good photo. A good photo of this guy. Here's the one I usually see. Okay. Apparently, I have a photo of him already. Well, I'm downloading this one just in case it's a different one. Okay, let me introduce you to another snake. Are you ready? Yeah. This is a green vine snake. And they look really judgmental. A lot of people call them the judgmental shoelace. Yeah, because he looks like he's judging you all the time. He's very grumpy, very grumpy. I believe these guys feed on a diet of lizards. Yeah, more lizards rather than rodents. I mean, they can eat rodents, I think, but I think they primarily eat more lizards and stuff. Yeah. I want a gaboon viper. Ooh, you want one of them? Yeah. They don't slither like most snakes. They use their ribs kind of like feet and scooch forward. Yeah, I've seen videos of it. The gaboon viper is like the biggest species of viper that you can find. They are venomous. Is a green vine snake venomous? I don't know if a green vine is. I always forget. Let me look it up. Are green vine snakes venomous? Yes, many species known as green vine snakes are venomous, but the venom is generally considered mild and harmless to humans. Okay, yeah, they're one of those. So, like, technically, this guy's venomous, but it's not really a danger to you. So, he's chill. Yeah. If you've ever seen a video of a gaboon viper, they are big, chunky boys. I love gaboon vipers. Wait, can I get a photo of a gaboon viper? They actually look a little silly too. Can I find a good photo of a gaboon viper? Let me see. Also, can I get one that shows the scale of these dudes? Because they're pretty hunky huge. These are some chunky boys. I'm looking for a good photo. Damn, bro, there's no banana for scale with gaboon viper photos. What is this, bro? What the heck? Why is this photo like a big resolution, but it looks so blurry anyway? I want to show off their face, but I also want to show off their size. And it feels like these photos either show off their face or show off their size, and there's no in between. Wait, this one's cute. I want this photo. Yeah. I had a bunch of mucus in my mouth just now. I just swallowed it. Here we go. This is a gaboon viper. They look a lot like the rhinoceros viper. Yeah. Rhinoceros vipers and gaboon vipers look very similar. You can see he's got a very thick body. And he's got those two, like, nubs on his nose. Yeah. Rhinoceros vipers are very similar. They're actually not sure the exact way to tell them apart. This guy is the biggest viper. The biggest kind of viper. He's a good boy. Yeah, look at him posing for the photo. He looks like he's smiling. Yeah. And they are very venomous. I know some YouTubers that have them as a pet. And they're very cute. But they're also incredibly dangerous. They will kill you. And if you get bit by one, well, if you don't die, you might have to amputate the limb. Amputation is something you can expect from a bite with a gaboon viper. So, try not to get bit by them. But they are very good boys and girls, and I like them a lot. And this is not a full video, but if you saw a video of them, yeah, the way they scooch forward is more it almost looks like a caterpillar rather than the way snakes normally move. It's more like a caterpillar. I believe these guys are native to Africa, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me fact check that first. Where are Gabon vipers native to? Oh, answer was right. The rainforests and savannas of sub-Saharan Africa, specifically in areas of West, Central, and East Africa. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is an African snake. So if you don't live in Africa, you probably don't have to worry about him. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't he cool? This guy looks more like a normal snake. But he's so cool. I like him a lot. I really like venomous snakes, even though they probably will all kill me. Wait, there's this one. Oh god, I forget what it's called. Wait, I remember. There's this one snake I wanted to show off. And Google immediately gives me the best photo. I like talking about snakes. I feel like more people should like snakes because they're good animals. Alright, are you ready for another silly snake? One that I really like. I'm a big fan of this particular snake. Are you ready? He's a dude. This is a parrot snake. And they are known for the way they try to intimidate people. And prey. They just try to intimidate predators and things by opening their mouth. This guy is very likely not in the middle of a strike, but is simply just trying to look like a big, strong man, and he's angry sure days. Yeah, and they're pretty small. They don't get very big even when full grown. They're pretty small snakes. They're so cute. Like, wow, I'm scary. No, honestly, that's exactly what they do. Wait, there's this YouTuber called Call Me the Lamp. He's got a bunch of venomous snakes. Yeah, call me the Lamp. Can I get a video of your parrot snake? Wait, okay, I found it. Yeah, I forget. He calls it the belligerent zip tie. Wait, can I like put this up on screen? Let me see. Well, it'll probably get copyright claimed, but I want to watch this video. Okay, here we go. Okay. I still had a window capture in here from one of the debut watch-alongs we did. Okay. Let's watch it. We're gonna watch it. So you can learn about this snake. This is this exact snake that we were just looking at. Okay, I'm gonna mute my BGM. I'm gonna turn on the desktop audio. I hope it's not too loud. Let me know if it's too loud. This is just a short though, it's not very long. Okay. Yeah, I love this YouTuber.
You may be wondering what this incredibly rude creature is. Well, I call it the belligerent zip tie, but the taxonomic community calls it the parrot snake. These guys are native to Mexico, Central, and even South America. They predominantly eat lizards in the wild and are incredibly rude. You can see they do this thing where they open their mouth to scream at you, like this clip shows here. I will now demonstrate how I think they would sound. You may...
They're so silly. like... I love him. He's so cute. He's trying to be a big scary man, but he's not very scary. I don't think he's venomous either. Well, probably, you know, he had it in his hands. Probably not. Although then again, there's another guy named Fishing Garrett that likes to pick up venomous, highly venomous things all the time, so... He's trying his best. He's doing a good job. I'm not laughing out of humor. I'm laughing out of absolute terror. I just pooped my pants 2 seconds ago. How can people not like snakes? They're so silly. Maybe I can find one of his videos that has a gaboon viper in it. Oh, there's one right here. I want one where he talks about it though. This is one of his skits. He does a lot of skits. Let me see. Call me the lamp. Gaboon viper. I found one! Are you guys up for watching at least one more? At the very least, just one more. Are you up for that? Okay, mute the BGM again. This is the Gaboon Viper, we were just looking at it. Oh, you can see that I like it. I'm a pretty big fan. This is the very venomous dude that will probably make you have to amputate your limb if he bites you, but he's very cute.
This Gaboon Viper is crawling across the floor of my bedroom. You'll notice she's pulling her body forward using her ribs. This is called rectilinear locomotion, and it's very unusual. However, I also do this.
I also do this. Isn't he so cool? The way he moves is so interesting and unique. Yeah. I honestly think snakes are cute. They're very, very cute. Yeah, they get a bad rap, but they're very cute and interesting. Did he say rectilinear? It does sound kind of like that. I like how the subtitles are just like, this Gaboon. He moves like a caterpillar. Yeah, it's very interesting. This guy's got so many venomous snakes. I'm pretty sure he also owns the black mamba. Wait, he has a red-headed crate whose name is Crady Perry, and I'm a big fan of Crady Perry. Yeah. I love his videos. I love learning about the venomous snakes. Wait, he's got one on a boom sign. Find a frog. That's not a frog. That's not a frog. Can you guys see it? Okay, you do see it. Okay. This is not a frog. A snake in your toilet. Just pull out your penis, bro. Pull it out of the toilet. Yeah. The top 5 meanest animals that he owns. I bet Little Man is in that compilation. He owns this little lizard that's actually harmless, but there's this big inside joke that it's one of the most dangerous animals that he owns, but it's just Little Man.
These are some of the meanest animals that I keep in my residential home. First up, we have the Komodo Island Pit Viper.
Wow.
She may look beautiful, but she tries to kill me frequently. The Saw-Scaled Viper is no joke either. You can see how mad she is rubbing her scales together at me.
Right
This endangered Mangshan Viper is quite the handsome individual. Unfortunately, he flies towards me trying to bite. Steve is possibly the worst of them all. I'm just joking, of course. Steve is a good boy, and he would never try to hurt me. That's a lie. Lucifer, on the other hand, spits venom at me quite frequently. It's not ideal, plus he tries to bite too. Wally, my wallaby, is a handsome boy, and he loves eating food. Sometimes he gets grouchy though and tries to start a fight. The inland taipan is the most venomous snake on the entire planet, but he's honestly not that bad. His cousin, the coastal taipan, on the other hand, is hell incarnate itself. This is a demon of an animal to
And I like how the one that's held incarnate is the one that's free on the floor.
Deal with. These are some of the meat.
Oh, you didn't have little man in there? Really? I'm surprised. They're so cool. Yeah, I especially like the Mansion Viper. Very cool. They're native to like China, and there so few people know what they are that like there's no anti-venom for them. Last I heard, which was not that long ago. And if you tell someone you got bit by a Mansion Viper, they're gonna be like, "What? What even is that?" They're so cool. I also really like the Ringcalls Cobra. It's that guy right there. That's a Ringcalls Cobra. Yeah, I think they're like false spitting cobras. They can spit their venom at you, and they'll aim for the eyes. And apparently they have very good aim. People that handle Ringcalls Cobras very commonly will use protective goggles, so that way they don't get it in their eyes. Cause they're angry and they're grumpy. Grumpy goober. I love that he has one. His little cobra named Steve. Steve is apparently a very docile cobra. So everyone on his channel knows that Steve is a very good boy. And everyone loves Steve. The inland taipan can kill 100 men with one bite. Yeah, they're one of the most venomous. Well, it's the #1 most venomous and dangerous snake in the entire world. They're native to Australia. So is the coastal taipan. Yeah. Apparently he has a very well-mannered inland taipan though, if he's a very good boy. Very, very, very good boy. Yeah. Yeah. And now we're just reacting to this guy's shorts. I don't very commonly do react content. But when it's about snakes, then it's about snakes. Yeah, yeah. Which one should we turn on? You're a wizard, Gabby. Gabby, the Gaboon Viper. She's so cute. Look at her in her hat. Ah, very, very cute. Katy Perry. Oh, wait, here's one of... No, don't play it. I have to unpause my BGM and stuff. Don't play it yet. Whoa. I'm gonna play it now. Katy Perry! Ooh. Ooh. Ah, she likes the water. she hates the water. And we'll... It just cuts off. Wait, I forgot to unmute the audio. You don't have audio. Frick, now we gotta watch it all over again.
We keep the rarest snake in the country, Katy Perry the red-headed crate, alive. This is how we do it. First off, we put her in a vision cage. Vision enclosures are some of the best quality enclosures out there. They're one piece of plastic so you know the snakes can't escape, and they stack for extra efficiency. These snakes are super sensitive, so they need really strict requirements to keep them alive, including high ventilation, which these vision cages have plenty of, but we went ahead and installed extra holes by drilling them out for more ventilation. They need super high humidity too, so we make sure to spray her down super heavily at least once per day, which she seems to enjoy quite a bit. They love drinking from this, but we still go ahead and soak her at least once a month just to make sure she's staying hydrated and to help with shedding. You can see she's done shedding now, so we put her back in her vision cage and she is coiled up in the mossy substrate. We do an inch of moss to help maintain that high humidity, and then we throw that lock on the enclosure and we're... People want to know how we...
Okay, this time you heard how it cuts off at the end. Sorry, I thought I unmuted it, but I guess I only muted the BGM and didn't unmute the sound. Whoopsie. Yeah. The lizards and the sprinkles. Oh yeah, they has one that's like skinks. I think they're skinks. Squinks. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize about the audio until after I already played it. Whoopsie. But now you got to hear it. Yeah. Yeah, coastal taipan is number 3, I think. Yeah, it is. Number 2 is the eastern brown snake, which I believe is also native to Australia. But I would need to check on that. Where is the eastern brown? I'm misspelling the word brown. Snake. Native to Australia. Yeah, Australia. So the eastern brown is the second most dangerous snake in the world, and you definitely don't want to get bit by one. Aren't they so cool though? Aren't they so cool though? Well, I probably don't want to like react to too many because we're yapping, but I really like his content. I like all his snakes. I get a lot of my snake information from him, especially if you want to learn about venomous ones, because we're both autistic about venomous snakes. Yeah. These were the 4 snakes that we decided to learn about on Rebbi's stream. All of the 10 most venomous snakes are in Australia. Yeah, I want to visit Australia someday so I can go, like, get to meet all the really cool animals. They got all the really cool ones there. Yeah. Also, the most dangerous spider in the world is also from Australia. It's called the Sydney funnel web. It's native around, like, the outskirts of Sydney. Hence the name. And if you get bit by one, it's pretty bad. You want to seek immediate medical care if you do. Yeah. They're pretty aggressive. I think I remember reading that the males don't really come out that much, but I think it's the females you want to watch out for because they'll be more aggressive. I read all about them a while ago, but it was like a while ago. So, I'm more into snakes than I'm into spiders, so it's a little hard for me to remember that information. But they are very dangerous. They're big and black, and they like to burrow in holes and stuff. So if you ever visit Australia and you're around Sydney, I would keep your distance from things like rocks and like big branches that might have like housing underneath it, because the Sydney funnel web will probably likely make their nest underneath stuff like that, underneath or around stuff like that. Yeah, no spiders really, but there's some pretty cute spiders. Have you ever seen a jumping spider's face? I don't know a YouTuber for spiders though. I don't know one, sorry. Oh. But I'm a big fan of tarantulas. I think they're really cute. They're like fuzzy little guys. Did you know at the ends of their feet they have like cat paws? They have paws and they have toe beans. Did you know that? They have tiny paws and toe beans. Yeah. I think jumping spiders are cute. Allegedly, they make rather good pets too. I've heard that. I've heard jumping spiders are very social, and you can interact with them, and they can interact with you back. They're so cute. Sorry, Caps. No, I love the enthusiasm. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. I still get a little iffy about spiders sometimes, especially the bigger ones. But I feel like you when you get to learning about them, it makes them a little less scary, and it's helpful as well to also know more about them, because then you can identify like the more dangerous ones, for your and their safety. Peacock spiders are so cute. Yeah, peacock spiders. Yeah, is that the one that likes to dance? There's a kind of spider, I think it's the peacock spider. The male will like hold his colorful butt up and do like a dance for the females. They have their little dance. It's pretty cute. Yeah. Have you heard of the huntsman spider? Yeah! I have! They're native to Australia, but they can also be found in Florida. They're pretty big. Yeah, non-venomous and giant and often cause car crashes because they like to sleep on sun visors. Yeah, I've heard of that. Well, I don't know if they're non-venomous. I think all spiders have a venom technically. It's just a matter of whether it's dangerous to people. Are all spiders venomous? Oh, according to Google, no. The vast majority are, but apparently there are some that do not have venom. Interesting. Although this is the AI overview, so I don't know if I should trust it. Yeah, but like a lot of spiders do have venom, but see, when people hear venom, they think like, oh, if it's venomous, that means it's really dangerous. But like not necessarily, because like some spiders, their fangs are so small they can't even bite you, and then some, if they can, their venom is not that bad. It's not gonna hurt you as a person, as a human. And there's some snakes that are like that too. If you guys know the hognose snake, it's a common pet snake that you can get. They are actually a venomous snake, but their venom is very mild. And on top of that, they're also rear fanged, which means their fangs are in the back of their mouths. And if you were to get bitten by a hognose snake, they'd have to kind of like chew on you for a bit to like even get you to begin with. And even if they did, it probably wouldn't be worse than like a bee sting, unless you happen to be allergic to their venom. That can be a thing. It is possible you could be like particularly allergic, in which case the reaction would be worse because you're allergic. But like usually though, yeah. Daddy longlegs aren't actually spiders. That is true. Daddy longlegs are called harvestmen, and they are arachnids, but they are not spiders. I think you can like correct me on this if anyone knows. I think I've heard their venom is very potent, but their fangs are too small to bite people. Is that true? I know their fangs are too small to really bite people, but I can't remember if their venom is like especially potent or not. Can you like tell me if that part's correct or not? I remember more about snakes than I do about bugs, but I really do like bugs too. Yes, that's why they're called peacock spiders. They're so cute. They're very cute. Yeah. As someone who likes spiders, are you fine with one or two crawling somewhere on your body? I think they're cool, but still makes me anxious. I'm getting used to it. The idea of big bugs being on me still unnerves me a little bit, especially if they're big. But the last time I found a spider crawling on me, I was taking a walk with a friend and felt something moving on my leg, and I looked down and there was a little spider crawling on my leg. And normally what I would do is just swat it off, but this time I was like, nah. I like held my finger out for him and he crawled on my finger, and I was gonna put him on the ground, but then he fell off my finger. I think he was maybe fine though. But I was trying to be gentle, and I was like, I have a friend. Yeah, no, they can bite you, but they can't like inject venom into you though, right? Like that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I should be more clear with my words. I do not eat bugs. No, that is not true. They don't actually have venom at all. It's just a myth. Oh, okay, so it's the opposite then from what I said. I see. I'd have a split second of shock, then get over it, but only if I can see exactly where it is. Oh yeah, I was saying it to them not actually being spiders, not them being venomous. Okay. Yeah, are your fangs enough to bite us, Rebbi? I don't know, you wanna find out? Maybe. Hi Rebbi, glad you seem to be doing well. Yeah, we're talking about spiders and snakes! I'm a big fan of spiders and snakes. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what some of my favorite spiders are. Oh, did you know that there's this kind of spider? I forget what the name of it is. But there's this kind of spider. It knows how to fish. It might be called a fishing spider. I do know that there is a spider called a fishing spider. I just don't know if it's the one I'm thinking about that can do this particular thing. But there's a type of spider that will put like a bubble of air around its head. It knows how to do that, and then it'll use that to like dive under the water and use its bubble helmet to breathe underwater. Is the fishing spider the one that does that? I do know. Okay, fishing spider is the one that can run across water. I'm looking for the information. They hunt on the surface of the water. It doesn't say here if they do that. It might be a different spider that knows how to do that. But the fishing spider is also very interesting. Because a lot of the time you think about spiders in water and you think, well, spiders can't live in water. But there are a couple spiders that actually do live on top of the water and know how to work around water, and they thrive in the water. Diving bell spider. Yeah, that's it. It's the diving bell spider. Yeah, the diving bell spider can put air around its head and dive into the water. It's so interesting. Yeah. Most tarantulas are false spiders. Real spiders always have fangs that point down. Most tarantulas have fangs point towards each other. This is true. Yeah. And tarantulas, a lot of tarantulas are very good boys. Did you know that sometimes your tarantula, when you're holding it, will bite you? Not because it's like irritated or whatever, but because it's worried about falling off, and it just bites you to get a grip on your hand so it won't fall off. Yeah, they'll do that. They're just like, oh, I'm slipping. Let me just get a good grip here. And then you're just like, ow. Yeah, I like them. I like them a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I bet spiders bring back memories of you playing Web in one of your first streams. Yeah, that was like the first game I played after like debut and debut 2 for now. If someone is as afraid of spiders as I am, it's weird to have a spider tattoo. That is strange. I do think most people would probably be too afraid of it. But maybe that means that there's some hope for you and you can come to appreciate spiders. Yeah. There's a species of spider that can rob a bank. I saw it. The FBI doesn't believe me and keep demanding the gold back. Snapper. I don't know. It doesn't sound like the spider is the one to blame here. Yeah. Sorry, there's a piece of food I found in my mouth and I'm trying to chew it. Yeah. When I was little, I used to want one of those mostly red but with lines of black, white, black, and then lots of red with the lines again. I think it imitates a poisonous one, but isn't at all. Meant snake, by the way, not spiders. Oh, you're probably thinking of a milk snake, I think it is. I believe a milk snake imitates a coral snake. Coral snakes are highly venomous, though usually will not strike at you unless provoked. I believe they're pretty tame if you leave them alone. And then there's the milk snake, which I believe is the one that imitates the coral snake. They are not venomous at all, but their colors can look similar to coral snakes, and that's like their way of, yeah. Milk snake. Yeah, here, yeah. I think I got it. I think I found the snake that you were thinking of. Let me get a photo in here. Milk snake. He's a little goober. Look at him, just coiled up. This is a non-venomous snake. They are another species of snake that is a good beginner entry-level snake for people who are wanting one as a pet. Yeah. Coral snake and king snake, I think. Oh yeah, it might be king snake too. I do know some people get milk snakes can be confused with coral snakes. But there's so many different kinds of king snakes. Wait a minute. I looked up king snake. It's showing this exact same one. Is a milk snake a type of king snake? There's also the scarlet king snake, which also sort of looks like the coral snake as well. Yeah, there's a lot of snakes that look very similar to each other. Yeah, it's one really cute. Yeah, it's a milk snake. Milk snake might be under the classification of king snake. Because I do think there are some snakes by other names that are under king snake, but I'm not entirely sure. Because king snakes were something I actually haven't looked into too much, and I don't have a lot of information on that. So take that with a grain of salt. I could be wrong about that. My friend is one of those. Yeah! Is he a good boy or girl? Is it a good boy or girl? Yeah. Let me get a photo of a coral snake by comparison. Okay, here we go. I found one. I'm gonna throw it up on screen at the same time. Okay. Sorry, the photo's a little bit big. There we go. So the one on the right is the milk snake. And the one on the left is the coral snake. Yep. And coral snakes are extremely venomous. Extremely. So you really don't want to mess with them. But I believe I remember reading that, like, if you leave them alone, they'll probably leave you alone. Well, actually, I'm gonna be totally honest, that applies to a lot of snakes. A lot of snakes, will usually, like, keep to themselves, and they'll really only strike at you if you're bothering them. Or if you, like, spook them. Maybe you, like, stepped too close, and it doesn't know what you are, it doesn't know that you're not a threat, it might strike at you, you know? Like, they're just scared. But yeah, like, a lot of time, if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. I've heard that's also very true for a lot of copperheads and cottonmouths. Especially with cottonmouths. I feel like, I've seen some people say cottonmouths are pretty aggressive, but I feel like a lot of time when I see video footage of cottonmouths, they're pretty chill. If you just leave them alone. Yeah. And yeah, those snakes, and also some king snakes, which a milk snake might be a king snake. Actually, I'm curious about that. I'm sitting here wondering about it. Are milk snakes king snakes? According to Wikipedia, the milk snake is a species of king snake. So there is that. Yeah. That's why it shows up for both the search. That photo shows up for milk snake and king snake. There we go. Yeah. I saw cottonmouths inside people's shoes on a show. Yeah, snakes or something, they like to hide in like little burrows and stuff, and they can see shoes as like similar. Yeah. If you live in an area that can get snakes inside your house, it's good to check your shoes before you just put them on. Yeah. Well, it's good practice to do anyway. Check out your shoes before you put them on. One time I put on my shoes without checking, and turns out there was a roach in there. Which, I'm happy, I for some reason took my shoes back off for some reason. I can't remember why. And I just saw there was this big cockroach at the bottom of the shoe where my heel was. And I'm just like, well, the one time I don't shake out my shoes. But, yeah, you can get all kinds of, Are there species of snakes that eat frogs? Yeah, there are some species of snake that will also eat frogs. Snakes eat a lot of different sorts of things. There's also snakes that will feed on other snakes, which I believe king snake is like the classification of snakes that will eat other snakes, and that's why they're called king snakes. Yeah. And that's why it's also, I see a lot of people trying to educate people about different kinds of snakes, because there's people out there who will kill any snake that they see. But if you care about the venomous snakes not being like close to where you live and where your family is, it's good to leave the king snakes. Because they eat other snakes, and they can eat the venomous ones too, you know. And king snakes, I don't know if any of them are venomous, but I think generally from what I hear, they are harmless to people. So you know, if you take out all the king snakes, you're gonna have more venomous ones, taking out all the ones that are harmless, and then usually comes all the ones that are not. Yeah, king snakes aren't venomous, but they eat a lot of venomous snakes because they're immune. Yeah, which I'm somebody that likes the venomous snakes too. But you know, I like having the chance to talk about snakes because there's so many people in the world that just hate them with a passion, and it's so irrational, and it's like, you know, it's like based on fear and like a lack of information. So I always hope that if I can like talk about snakes, some of their positives and stuff, you know, and teach a bit about them, it'll kind of like warm people up to them a bit more. Fun fact, they're called milk snakes because of an old myth where people thought they would sneak up on cows and drink their milk. Yeah, I think farmers were finding them in the cow bones, the dairy bones a lot, and people thought they were drinking milk from the cows, and that's why they're called milk snakes. They don't actually do that. Is the fishing spider you were talking about before the diamond bell spider also called the bolus spider? I don't know about that, but maybe you could look it up and figure that out. I'm not sure. It could be. Yeah. And my bearded dragon likes to hide under her hammock like a cave. I always forget you have a bearded dragon. It's so cute. I like the idea of owning a reptile, but I've never owned one before, so I get like really nervous. Like, what if I don't... Sorry, I had to burp. What if I don't care for it right and then it dies? I would be heartbroken. King cobras are praised a lot. Yeah, they are. Well, a lot of people like king cobras, but a lot of people will also say they'd kill it if they saw it. Yeah. It makes me sad. If you ever go on like Facebook and you see like a video or a photo of a snake, if it's not posted by a reptiles page, then the comments are probably full of middle-aged men and women saying like, the only good snake is a dead snake. This by talking about how much I'd butcher the snake. Oh, you're telling me that snake is actually someone's pet? Someone's beloved pet? Well, if it came into my house, it'd be a dead one, that's for sure. Ha ha ha! They're the worst kinds of people. Especially when it's someone's pet, man. That's somebody's pet. Man, snakes being cold-blooded like to hide in places that are warm, and farm animals give off a lot of heat. This is true. Yeah, my Discord keeps picking up like audio devices. A new audio input device named 3. Just the number 3. No! Stop suggesting it! I don't even know what that is! It keeps recommending me audio stuff. The snakes are saying the same things about us on Snakebook. Wait, now I'm just imagining a snake using like an iPad or something, and they just have to use their nose to push the buttons. They're just like... Yeah, earlier it said like detected a new audio device named 2, and now it picked up one just named 3. Someone hacking into your Discord? I'm honestly starting to wonder. I don't know. It never used to do that, but recently it's been doing it a lot. Well, it's been doing it a lot with like my capture card. It'll be like, hey, discovered a new audio input source. And it's like the HD60S Elgato. And I'm like, no, that's my capture card. But then today it's doing it with things like 2 and 3. Let me check my audio devices. Where do I even go? Do I go to, yeah, input audio devices. I don't got anything on here named 2 and 3. That's what I was so confused by. But if somebody did hack into my Discord, wouldn't this be going off of stuff that the system is plugged into? Although I guess if someone else was logged in. I don't know, man. I'm starting to worry about it. I just changed the password not that long ago. Is it possible for me to, like, check everything that's logged in just in case? You haven't plugged anything new in, have you? No, I haven't. I haven't gotten any new audio devices or anything. Like, the capture card sort of makes sense because sometimes when I'm trying to fix it, one of the ways I'll fix it is unplugging and plugging it back in. So for the capture card, that makes sense, but I've not plugged in anything else. The devices. Sorry, listen right up. You didn't get files from me lately, have you? No. It wants me to turn off streamer mode to look at it. I'll probably take a look at it after stream. Yeah, which I really won't be streaming for 2 minutes longer anyway. I think the people who will talk about wanting to cook and eat your pet snakes or pigs are worse. Your rant against anti-snake people reminded me of them. Yeah, no! Oh my god, yeah, especially if you have a pet pig. Oh my god, if you have a pet pig and you talk about your pet pig online, people will always talk about wanting to cook. Haha, bacon! Bacon sounds good. Like, come on, man. I like bacon too, but that's someone's pet pig! That's not bacon! That's someone's pet! Stop it! Stop it! Yeah, and they'll always do it with snakes. I see some people who are like terrified of frogs too. And like, I mean, you can be scared of any animal. Usually it's not a violent way towards frogs, but personally I just don't get that one. You're terrified of frogs? They're just frogs, man! They're just little! I was gonna say little and green. A lot of them are green. Not all of them, but... actually a lot of them are also other colors. A fair number of them are green. Man, it really isn't easy being green. If Rebbi was colorful, we'd all be scared. I don't know, I'm pretty colorful. I got green and red. Man, that's really red. Wait, I'm basically just like a tree frog. The red-eyed tree frog. Yeah, if I wasn't a bubble frog, then a red-eyed tree frog would probably be. Probably. You can never be sure what frogs are up to. This is true. This reminds me of this one time. I was out on the back porch with my mom and some of my little siblings. And they were looking at some frogs that were, like, on a watering can outside. We were like checking them out. I was like, cool, yeah, frogs. But then I think someone accidentally kicked the watering can. I don't remember if it was me or one of the little girls. But someone accidentally kicked the watering can, which made the frogs jump off. And I remember one of them landed on my leg, which scared me, and I screamed. And then one of them might have landed on the other girls, and then they were screaming, and then they were crying. I was just laughing. I thought the whole thing was really funny, but they were like crying after that. You never know what frogs are gonna get up to. They'll start a panic in your back porch. Yeah. Are bubble frogs poisonous? I don't think so. I don't know. Wanna come find out? Thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. If someone yoinked you, would you scream like a smoky jungle frog? Wait, I forgot. Are those the ones that go like ew, 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 ew? Or are those the ones that go like Two very different sounding frogs. Yeah. I'd be terrified of adorable frogs. I mean, it'd be understandable if it was poison dart frogs, but not frogs entirely. Honestly, even poison dart frogs, it's like, you can pick them up. The stuff on their skin is like, you know, it is poisonous, but like, if you need to pick them up for just a split second, I don't think it's super dangerous. I've seen people pick them up for short periods and they're fine. So like, I think there's like, I don't know, maybe you have to like scare them for there to be more secretion. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about poison dart frog. But like, you know, sometimes it's called an irrational fear for a reason. It might not make sense. I once heard of a lady who was terrified of olives. Like, the food. Olives. And someone once brought out, it was apparently on a reality TV show. I like read about it. It was on a reality TV show. And they brought out a jar of olives. And she, like, was crying so hard and she ran off the stage. You can be really scared of anything. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be a common fear. It could be something really strange or like just really not common at all. Maybe it makes no sense, but that's why it's an irrational fear. Because it's irrational. It doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, those ones don't squeak. Yeah, smoky jungle frog. Yoink. It's a smoky jungle frog. Ew, 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 ew. I like them. They're pretty big frogs too. Like they fit in your whole hand. You gotta like grab them. It's like grabbing a banana. You gotta wrap your fingers around it. Yeah. As long as you don't get it in your eyes or mouth, you should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, your skin does absorb stuff, but like unless you're holding it for a lengthy amount of time, and maybe just wash your hands afterwards. But like I think you'd be fine for a short period of time. They're called irrational fears for a reason. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Sounds like I saw it in mine when I was sick from school one day. I'm not sure. She went no. Yeah, she did. Which I don't know. It's hard to imagine a food item being scary like that. But then, you know, it's just, that's why it's irrational. From what I recall, she had that fear because she saw her deceased grandfather's eyes and they looked like olives. Oh, really? You know, I can understand that. If your brain like makes that connection and doesn't want to let it go, I can understand that. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it still called an irrational fear if you can make sense of it? Is it still irrational because olives are not something that can hurt you? Yes, okay, I was just curious. Yeah, no, I can see that though. Yeah, and like body parts of dead people can look really messed up. They look really creepy. Although, don't they usually like, I don't know, I'm just trying to like, I wish I had more details here. Was this like during a funeral? Normally they close the eyes for funerals. Yeah. Actually, they have this device that you put under the eyelids. It's got like spikes on it that they're kind of like that device someone invented once. It's like an anti-R-word device where you insert it up there like a tampon, and it's like a tube with spikes on it, like spikes pointed one way. You insert it like a tampon, and then if someone tries to forcefully put their pee-pee in there, then they get it impaired and they have to go to the doctor, and they're basically forced to admit that they tried to do that to somebody. They have a device that's similar to that, but they put it under your eyelids when you're dead, and it basically prevents your eyes from randomly opening during a funeral. Because your body can have like muscle spasms and stuff shortly after death still. So it can kind of still move around and stuff. So they have to do a lot of prep. Like on a body before they can show it at a funeral. They basically gotta make sure that the body's not gonna be doing something weird. It's not over here like farting or something in the middle of the funeral. Oh no! Yeah, you've seen like the photos of them online. I've seen the photo posted on Facebook a few times. Yeah. I've never seen one in real life, but I've seen them online. I don't know how common they actually are though for people to use. One time when I was a kid, I saw a dirty magazine and didn't want to eat sausage for a while. Because of a penis? Wait, was it a lady putting a sausage up there? Was it cooked? Was it raw? I don't know if I would recommend putting raw sausage up there. You might get a disease or something. It sounds like you're asking for an infection. I would not recommend that. I would not recommend that. Nah. Gas buildup after decomp. Yeah. Apparently, it's also possible for dead bodies to get boners, for them to open their eyes, for them to have muscle spasms where the limbs move. There's like a lot of stuff they can do. Yeah. Yeah, and that's how you get a yeast infection. Yeah, probably. Did you know it's actually possible to have the children of a dead guy? Cause if you're like soon enough after they die, they can still get boners, and the boners can still work and stuff. So if you used a guy's boner after he's dead, and you got like finished him, you could get pregnant from a dead guy. Did you know that? It's true. It's true. Yeah, the sperm don't die with the body. Yeah, it's true. I wonder how many people have had babies from dead people. Man, do you think that dead people know that they had babies? Do you think they like go down to the person, like as a ghost? They like go down to the person and they're just like, God dang it, Susan. I didn't know that. Thank you, Rebbi. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm very educational. I know a lot of weird facts. I spent a lot of time on the internet. It was on one of those myth or facts TV shows. So, was it a myth or a fact? It's probably a fact, because it's a real thing. 0 out of 10 would not recommend raw meat. Wrap your meat, heat it up. FYI, man meats are not microwave safe. Really? I didn't know that. We're learning so much today. Yeah, although even if you wrap it up, I would not recommend putting it in there. I'm just saying. I don't know if I would recommend that. I'd rather not know sleeping with dead people is gross. You'd rather not know about the fact, or you'd rather not know that it's gross. No, but I wonder if it's somebody that you know, like, if it's like your husband that you've been like with for so many years and they just died and you want to spend one last time with them. Is that illegal? Is it illegal to do that? Would that be unethical? It's your husband though, and they've only been dead for like 5 minutes. Yes, very. Why? What if your husband gives you explicitly written consent that you can do that? Yeah, what if they consent to their will? The filing of a corpse. But they were a living person like 5 minutes ago, and if they gave you their consent, that's considered something you can't consent to. And who's gonna say that? The government? Wait, that reminds me. It reminds me of that meme. That meme where it's like the two people, and it's like, I consent, I don't. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? The government's the one on there saying, I don't. Shadowbox, thank you for example for 5 months. The wisdom has spoken by the Rebbi of the Lake. I have lots of interesting wisdom. Lots of interesting information. somebody died during and you didn't realize until after, would that still be illegal? I'm not sure. But that feels very similar to the whole, they consented before they died, so... I don't know. I'm not gonna let the government take away my consent like that. My body, my choice. And I choose to let people have their way with me after I'm dead. Yeah. I'm not a guy though, so you can't have babies with me after I'm dead. It's not gonna work that way. Dang. Oh well. It reminds me of the woman in Oblivion asking for the laws of necrophilia. I remember that! We should play more Oblivion. That's a game that I could go back to, since we've already started it. Yes, generally it's the government who decides if something is illegal or not. Well, I think the government is stupid. You know, I think in this specific case, if it was someone that you married, and it's been like 5 minutes, and they specifically consented to let you do that after they died, then I think the government is being silly. And I think in that case, it should be an exception to the rule. Not because I want to do that, but just because it makes more sense to me. Yeah, people have died during intercourse. I'm pretty sure that would just be considered an accident. Or maybe. Who knows? Can't trust the government. Oh, nobody who's saying that same things. Trying to control your late husband's consent. Crazy. You're crazy. Yeah. Ah, thank you for the random super. Did you know it's possible for a man to break his penile? Yes, I did know that. The membrane separating the spongiform tissue rupture requires a hospital visit. Yeah, it's possible to break your penis. So if your penis is all big, be careful with it. Although, I don't know, like, how much force would it take to break your penis? I don't know, maybe if you had someone sitting on you and they like, bent back? I don't know. Wait, maybe... Okay, have the guy sit on the edge of the bed. You have the lady sitting on top of him. And it's like in there. And then the guy stands up and the lady falls back and pulls his penis down. Would that break it? How much can a penis go down? How much can you push it down before it's like a problem? I don't know. I have to know! I don't have a penis! I can't test this for myself. If it's like all big, how far can you push it down before it's like a problem? I'm curious. Testicular torsion, and now this! Yeah! The guy wanted to be taxidermied after death. She found someone who would do it, but the court said no. Who are the courts to say what you can do, what you can and can't do with the body of your late husband with their consent? This is blasphemy. This is stupid. It's in the same vein of things as consensual cannibalism. If I consent to let this guy eat my arm, and he consents to eating my arm, then the government can't tell us that he cannot eat my arm. This is stupid. We both wanted to have my arm eaten today. It's consensual. Consensual cannibalism. I think consensual cannibalism should be legal. Hot take. I think it should be legal. Because it makes more sense. It makes more sense that way. Yeah. Not a lot. It happens by accident a lot, even in missionary, because it's pretty easy to slip out during the act. You can break it just by slipping out? Ow! What the heck is this frog saying? Things. I have a lot of things to say. There's an entire story arc The Drew Carey show about that topic. Someone wrote an entire article about someone breaking their penis. What? I had such a case in Germany. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember a case. I don't know if this is the same case as the Germany one. It might be. But I heard a case once where someone wanted to let someone eat their penis and someone else wanted to eat the penis. So they ate the penis and then they got in trouble with the law. And it's like, who is the government to tell me that I can't let this man eat my penis? Excuse me? We both said yes. It's consent. It's consensual cannibalism. Yeah. There's a movie feed with a side story about consensual cannibalism. Yes, consensual cannibalism. Slipping out and then jamming it, trying to get out. Eh? Trying to get out or trying to get in? Eh? Eh? Angles break a lot of hard straight things. This is true. Oh, get back in. What? Wait a minute, I just want to say, if you're jamming it, maybe not just for the case of the broken penis, but if you're like trying to just force it back up there, I don't know, that doesn't sound like it feels very good for the receiving person either. Excuse me. I hope nobody out there is trying to jam it back in. Yeah. I remember a case where it was stuck while they were doing it and the couple had an embarrassing hospital visit stuck together. I've heard about that too. Yeah, it's possible to get your penis stuck in somebody else and you have to have like medical help to get it out. You know, if any of you guys ever feel bad about it not being big enough, you know, there is such a thing as too big. And at least you're not having that problem. So there you go. Did I get spit on my computer screen? I did. How did I get spit on my computer screen? I don't remember. There you go. Hey, Rebbi, are you on your road trip? How's that going? Hi! It's happening tomorrow, so I'm not on it yet, but we're having one more stream before I leave for the trip tomorrow. That's what the stream today is. It's a pre-trip Zatsu. And we've been having fun talking about all sorts of things. You have to basically fold it in half. Okay, well, it's good to know. Good to know. Good to know it's not that easy to break a penis. Now, y'all, you guys don't have to worry about it. There you go. There you go. Is this how the anime movie I Want to Eat Your Pancreas came from? You know, I have not seen that movie, but I do know it's not actually about wanting to eat pancreas, so that's just really funny. I want to see that movie, though. I've heard it's sad. I heard it's gonna make you cry a lot. It's gonna make you cry. Yeah. How do we get into this topic? I don't know. Sometimes we're just on interesting topics. This is the kind of stuff I like to talk about, though. Who else can I talk with this stuff about? My family? They probably are going to be super weirded out if I show up wearing my gay shirt. Let alone if I start talking about broken penises and consensual cannibalism. They're gonna think I'm a freak. I will still worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry so much about it, okay? I think, this might be a hot take, but I think it's better to have a penis that is too small than one that is too big. At least the penis that is too small will never have to go to the doctor for any sort of problems of that sort that we just discussed a minute ago. You know, you never have to have that embarrassing trip to the doctor to have your pee-pee removed because it was too dang big. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah. We are all freaks, Rebbi. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want my family to know. Nah, my family, I talked about it a little bit in the last stream I did, but they're kind of plain Jane basic Christian people. Not to say that Christian people are plain Jane and basic, but just that those are all three things that I would use to describe my family. you know. And that's them. It feels like there is a specific expectation that they have of who you probably are and should be. And I have never once shown them who I actually am inside. You know how when you're around certain people, you like tend to show different sides of yourself? Well, this side that you're seeing right now is not a side that my family has ever seen. Yeah. So if they saw that, they might think it's really strange. I'm an atheist and I side with the Christians on it. You mean I can't be myself? I can't talk about weird subjects? and make everyone be like, what the heck is this girl talking about? I thought you were on my side. Yeah. Instead of donating your body to science, you could donate it to starving children in need. I don't know, I think too small isn't a good thing to have. I mean, it'll come with its own problems. I'm not saying that it won't, but at least it's not the problem of having to embarrassingly go pay an expensive hospital bill. It has problems, sure, but it doesn't have this one. The most expensive problem that you could probably have. You know? Yeah. Stream sniped by Mama and Papa Frogmouth. Nah, they don't really check out my content. That's the funny thing. See, here's the funny thing. Is my mom, my dad, and one of my aunts as well. They all know I'm a VTuber. They all know what VTuber I am. My dad has even bought merch of me. I wonder if that arrived yet. I haven't asked in a while. I don't know. That's all of that. I would bet you money they do not check out my content. I think out of all of that, out of everybody there, my aunt is probably the most likely to. But she's more likely to check out maybe like a cover that I've done. Like that's like a few minutes long versus like an hour plus stream VOD. Yeah. So I can say whatever. And chances are they're probably not gonna see it. They're not gonna see it. They're not gonna find out from my stream. However, if I show too much of that when I actually meet up with them, then that's an entirely different story. Nah, I don't know. I feel like it's already a big, bold move here just to show up wearing my gay shirt. Or my alternative girl clothes that I bought. You know? It's already a pretty big move. My grandma, last time I saw my grandma, she didn't even like when I said the word hell, so... I was just talking and I said the word hell in a sentence. Like, I tend to forget that's even a curse word. It's so mild. It's such a tame one. And she was just like, language, lady. And I'm just like, okay. Yeah. Really made me feel like I could be myself in front of them. Yeah. I would be pretty stoked if I had to go to the hospital because of my magnum dog. No, because then it's too big. See, it's just the opposite spectrum, the opposite extreme of a problem, of a size problem. Nobody wants the small penis because like, oh, it's too small. It's not gonna be able to pleasure anybody. It's too small, whatever. I think it's better to have the penis that is small that you can safely put in somebody than to have the penis that is so big you can't put it in there or it'll get stuck. Which of these is the worst of the two problems? I think I'd rather have the small penis. I mean, ideally, you'd want something in between, in the middle, right? You'd want, ideally. But if I have to pick between the two extremes. I'm picking the small one, man. I am not having a penis so big. I have to have it surgically removed by doctors. No! Language! English? Ego this. How do you say, like, oh, you want Japanese? I only know how to say Nihongo. Oh, you want Nihongo? Stop shouting about the automat. I'm sorry it's blocking your words, but come on, man. There's nothing we can do about it. Unless what you're typing is like a slur, it's not up to me, because slurs are the only words that I have written in my block list, so it's just YouTube. There's nothing we can do about it. But stuck how? It gets smaller eventually. I've heard stories where, well, okay, so think about, you know, actually, I was going to say something, but I'm not a penis haver, and I might not have the right information here. I have heard stories before where people try to put their penis in something they shouldn't, and it gets stuck. And they try waiting for it to go down, but it just doesn't. Although then again, the story I'm thinking of, the guy took Viagra beforehand, so that would be why it didn't go down. I don't know. I read a story once from someone who is apparently a doctor saying that they had to get someone's pee-pee removed because it was too big. And nobody ever lies on the internet. You know? So clearly it's true. And therefore that means at least someone out there has gotten the pee-pee stuff. It's true. The automat hates abs specifically. I said cervix. How is that blocked? I don't know, considering you just said it there and it's not blocked. Also, really? Automat? Really? Blocking a word like cervix? Come on, that's not a sexual word. That's a normal body part word. Really helping the stigma here, aren't you? Man, YouTube's lame. Lame. Yeah. Some people are so big that it just never really gets smaller. Just less stuff. Well, like, it means like the, I don't know. No, you might be right though. I'm not sure. I don't know what to think. I don't have enough information here. The only way a dog can't get smaller is if it can't drain properly. That's what I was thinking. If you got it in like a really small space, and the space is small enough that it's starting to kind of cut off circulation a bit. I mean, I don't know how big this guy's pee-pee would have had to be for this to be a problem, but let's just say hypothetically circulation was getting cut off just because of like my point I'm trying to make here. In that case, I can maybe see it causing problems because the blood's not able to come out of it. I don't know if that's actually how that works because I'm not a doctor. But based on my limited knowledge of how the situation would go, that's what I would think. I just got back, huh? We're talking about big peepees. They get stuck because they're too big. That's okay, to be honest. I don't blame it for blocking my extra cursed comments. YouTube's just not based enough to handle us. It's a shame. We're being punished. Damn, that's gotta feel weird. It might. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't have one. I wouldn't know. And you have something against big peepees? No, but the universe might if they made ones that are big enough to get stuck like that. Remember when they go up to the man upstairs and complain that he made your peepee just too dang big? Oh, there's a word for it. Hard flaccid syndrome. Neat. Really? Really? I'm gonna Google it. Don't show me photos of wieners. Okay, there's no photos of wieners. What if I go to images though? No, there's still no photos of wieners. Dang it. Okay. Hard flaccid syndrome, a condition characterized by a persistent, semi-rigid erection that is not accompanied by sexual arousal. It can cause discomfort, pain, and difficulty with sexual activity. Ooh. Yeah, see, it's a real thing! I told you! It's a real thing! Now all of us know about it. Very educational. Educational stream. Turn the safe filter off. It is off! I think. This is off. Where do you even find that? Tools? I don't see a prompt for it. I don't know. Well, I did close the tab. This is the tab that has snakes on it still. But still. Half of my messages get filtered. Yeah, YouTube's just not cool enough. We're just too based. Use Bing. I don't want to use Bing. Ew. Nah. Wait, are you saying if I use Bing, I'll see pictures of penises? I don't know. Maybe a switch to a new browser is not that bad. And the only other one I have on my PC is Microsoft Edge, and I do not want to use Edge. Although now I'm curious, if I turn on Edge and look up... I'll set it up later, and by later I mean never, because I never use Edge. Microsoft's gonna be like, this girl never uses our software, but now she's suddenly using it to look up hard flaccid syndrome. Images. There's still no penis images here. There is a picture of Syndrome from The Incredibles, though. Oh, hard flaccid syndrome. When everyone's super, no one will be. That was his plan the whole time. When everyone has giant peepees that get stuck, no one will ever truly have a good big peepee because they're all getting just too stuck. They're too dang big. Also, you can use DuckDuckGo. Yeah, but I don't have that on my PC. See, I have Microsoft Edge because that's what came with my PC, despite me never wanting to use it. And then I have Chrome, which is what I installed because that's what I always use. So I don't have any other ones. It's an entirely different movie when you know it's black. You don't want to Edge on stream? I don't know about that. MC Edge is okay, actually better than Chrome. I know Chrome is actually not a really great like engine to use. I've heard so many like things about it. I know it's not actually a good one to use. It's just the one that I've always used and I'm too stubborn to change it. Yeah. Well, but also I know YouTube is like connected through Google and Google is Chrome. Can you have a Google account without using Chrome? Is that possible? I don't know. As a YouTuber, maybe you do need to use Chrome. At least have a Google account. Well, I guess you wouldn't need to for the rest of the time, but I don't even know if that's true. I don't know. I made a new browser. Yes, question mark? You don't sound very certain about that. Put a question mark in there. Are you certain about it or are you not? You need to install a browser and use a search page from the top. Just Google it and you'll find it. Eh, really? Well, I mean, I never install new browsers, so like, how would I know that? I only ever use Chrome. I'm pretty sure you can have a YouTube account without Google. I wouldn't know. I already have Google by default. I don't know. I mean, I think you do need a Google account, though. I think you do need a Google account to have a YouTube channel. But you don't need to use Google as a search engine. Yeah. You can even have Google account without a Gmail account. My account uses Proton email. Really? I've always used Gmail for everything. I know. I'm I'm trying not to curse again. I've cursed too much in the stream today already. I'm such a basic bee. I'm Google's bee. Whoa. You can log into YouTube on any browser. You would just need to log into your account separately for Gmail and the like. But like, not just having an account, but like having a channel. I don't know, cause like your channel gets associated with a Google account, doesn't it? Can you associate it with an account that's not Google? I've never thought about this till now. It's never something I've actually like faced. Because I've always just used Google stuff. Is that like possible? When I try to download Chrome on Microsoft Edge, it says there's no need to download a new web browser. Edge just wants people to use it. No, you need a Google account, but you don't have to use Gmail for it, for YouTube. Yeah, but I wasn't asking about Gmail though, just the Google account. Gmail and Google accounts are two different things, guys, if you didn't know. Yeah, does Google have the monopoly on YouTube? Google owns YouTube. Yes, YouTube is a Google product. Google owns YouTube, and there's a lot of connectivity between the two. That's why when you want to monetize your YouTube channel, you need a Google AdSense page. Yeah. I know that. Then I'm confused about what's being confused about here. I don't know. I'm confused now. Yeah. Basically, be Rebbi, beep it. What if I like it with Rebbi cursors? I don't know. Does that make you a slut for my voice? Wait, is slut a curse word? Is it a curse word? I don't know if it is or not. Is it a curse word? YouTube might not like it if I say that, actually. YouTube's gonna be like, this stream was just way too hot and wild for us. Yes, is it? Oh. Oh. Not to my knowledge. According to the knowledge of at least 4 other people, it's apparently a curse word. Whoa. Google owns YouTube, 80% of the phones, most ad platforms, and a lot of cloud stuff. Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's kind of like how Twitch is, I think, owned by Amazon. Is that right? I might be wrong about that. I think it's Amazon. That's why you can use your Amazon Prime to like connect to it. I'm pretty sure it's Amazon. Yep, yeah. Yeah, Amazon. Yeah. I mean, Amazon's not like a search engine. And like, it's not the same type of website. So it's not exactly the same, but like, yeah. I don't know what point I was trying to make there. Yeah. The only thing that is actually a curse word is the C word. Apparently, my mom got really pissed at me when I said it once. Cut! You know, even though I didn't really say the N and the T on the end, it still sounded like I said the whole word. Oh, man. No, it's a store website. Yeah, it's true. It's different. Amazon still does cloud and advertising like Google. Yeah, they do a lot. Cutsman. Yeah, as far as I said the word cut though. Kinda just said cut. Like the action people, you know, action, cut. and seen movie people. Yeah. YouTube also loses Google money every year. They have never made a profit from YouTube, but they keep the site open because it's huge for their advertising business. Really? I mean, well, I am glad that they keep it open. Wait, maybe this is why they're so weird about ad blockers. You know, this almost makes me wonder if it's actually a good thing they haven't stopped being weird about ads instead of just giving up. Like, rather than giving up, they're stubborn about it. Because that makes me wonder if they ever gave up, would they just close YouTube and then we all just miss out on it? I feel like they would do that. I feel like that's what would happen. Maybe we should continue to allow them to feel hope that the ads are actually doing something. Yeah. And when I want to have a follow war before Rebbi leaves. No, no war. And there will be no war while I'm gone, okay? There will be no war while I'm gone. You're gonna be good, Frogmouth. You're gonna be very good. And when I come back, there's gonna be no carnage, no destruction, and no battles. Okay? Okay? Yeah, they've been trying to make money off it constantly. The absurd loss of money is why most other video sites don't even try to compete with YouTube. It's interesting that it's such a big loss of money. Is it just that there's too many YouTubers using it? Like, but they take a cut of, like, most things. I'm really interested in that. Okay, so we win the war. No! There's gonna be no war! No war, no! What if some fellows make war? So the good fellows wage war on the war, making fellows to stop the war. No, because no fellows are gonna be allowed to war while I'm gone, okay? I'm only gonna be gone for a little over a week. It won't be that long. It'll be okay. And you guys can get caught up on all the VODs that you may have missed while I'm gone. You know, if there's any streams you wanted to watch, but you just haven't gotten caught up on it, you know? Now's your good chance. I think they lose something like $250 million every year on YouTube. It's crazy expensive to run a streaming site of any kind. Yeah, it really makes you wonder why so many people think the solution to VTubers getting banned over dumb reasons is to have a VTuber-only streaming site. Great! Do you have the money for that? Because I don't know anyone who does. Not even Google has enough money for that. Vacation Frog. Miss Frog. Regret. Think about Frog. Regret. Yeah, but bandwidth is very expensive even for YouTube. That's so interesting. Well, I guess when they do save all the videos, that gets expensive. But I think Twitch also doesn't operate at a profit either, despite not saving a lot of content. So, I don't know. Hey guys, I'm back with my gladiatorial battles with the Frogmouth. No, you are not, because there's gonna be no battles. There have been no battles, and there will be no battles. No battles, no war. I have so many VODs to catch up on. It'll be a good chance to. I know it's not the same as stuff being live, but like, at least there's some entertainment for you there. It'll keep you company. Past Rebbi will keep you guys company while I am on trip. Yeah. Yep, and also adding so many features like 4K, 60 frames per second videos, unlimited video uploads. And this is when most of YouTubers run over Google's own network, not the base internet. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know all of that. This one stream will probably cost YouTube $4,000 to $5,000 just while the stream is live, not counting for the people watching the VOD after the fact. Really? I'm not even a big YouTuber. What the heck? Twitch has the advantage of not storing the streams forever. In a few months, they just delete them. Yeah, but they still don't operate at a profit. Like, maybe it's not as bad as Google, but even with that, they're not operating at a profit. I know I've seen them talk about it. I know I've seen them talk about how Twitch does not really bring in the money. I don't know. You know, it's nice of them to do this though for the just out of the kindness of their hearts for all the little people that want to have a YouTube channel and stuff, you know. That's pretty nice of them. I know it's actually just for advertising, but it's a funny joke. I miss Rebbi so much. It's like I can still hear her voice. I'm not gone yet. Although I should go at some point though, because I still have to pack. I need to pack today. Today's my packing day. I have not started packing yet, which means I should probably go at some point so I can pack. But it's also been like 3.5 hours anyway. It's been in like a good length for a Yap stream. But I've just been having so much fun yapping with Frogmouth today. Oh, I was gonna continue my biking though. I was gonna go bike longer on Wii Fit. Yeah, I was. Yeah. Can you give us updates to your trip? Sure. I might make them like delayed and stuff if I post something like a landmark or something. Just for like safety. But yeah, I can keep you guys updated. To be fair, Twitch lost a lot of viewers over time. Yeah, it's because they're being garbage. You know, at least like YouTube can also be garbage sometimes. But at least they're not as garbage as Twitch is. Like, I am very, very firm believer, like, YouTube has its own problems, but at least for VTubers, not as many as Twitch. There's just more on Twitch, you know. I choose the lesser of two evils, thank you. YouTube. They still have their problems, they still have some problems I very much wish they would fix, like their copyright system that is absolutely not good at all. And I do wish they would bring things like animated emotes to the platform, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, they have done a lot already. The live streaming scene on YouTube when VTubing was first blowing up was not that good. A lot of people used to choose Twitch because the live streaming, like Twitch was made with live streaming in mind. It's entirely live streaming. But YouTube was more like a video site. So, Twitch had a head start on live streaming for a while. And I believe when VTubing was still blowing up, YouTube actually had not like fleshed out their live streaming scene as much at that point. But like since then, they've done a lot to make it a like much more live streamer friendly, and I really appreciate that. There is more I wish they would do, but I do appreciate some of the things that they've done. They've also done some things that we don't need at all, like that chat ranking thing, which I was hoping was gone now, but I can see that it is still here. Well. If not for Google having bought YouTube, the site likely would have closed after 3 to 5 years once the site started to really blow up in popularity. Yeah, maybe. Cat ranking thing. No, not cat. Chat ranking thing. Like, if you look at Abhorse right now, he's got the number 2 next to his name. That's from the chat ranking feature. It basically puts on display the number 3 chatters. The number 3, like, most active chatters in chat. Which I find interesting that Ab is only number 2. I don't see number 1 or number 3 in you. I don't know. I never liked it though because it feels like it encourages spam and it makes chatting into a competition. Like, I don't want my chat to be a competition. I appreciate all Frogmouths. You can just not talk at all, and I appreciate you being here. I'm sure we have some lurkers that are listening. I appreciate you too. If I could turn off the chat ranking thing, I think you can turn it off as like a viewer. You can turn it off for your viewing side, but you can't turn it off for everybody. And if I could, then I would, because I don't like it. Also, like, it does nothing to help the streamer. It's kind of a pointless addition to the site. It really doesn't do anything. I think it was supposed to encourage more chat activity, but like, if you have an active community, they're gonna be active regardless of whether or not this ranking thing is put in place, so yeah, I don't know. I tried like twice in another streamer's chat, but I was number 1 for some reason. Maybe it doesn't even work properly, which would not surprise me. It would not surprise me if it just doesn't work properly. Plus no 1-minute ads. Yeah, YouTube is also a lot nicer with the ads. A lot of them are like 15 seconds, and if they're longer, you can skip them. Twitch will literally give me like 3 minutes straight of ads that I cannot skip. It's the worst. It's the worst. I don't know why anyone wants to put their entire streaming career on Twitch, man. It's the worst. Like, I talked about it recently in my Minecraft stream. Somebody had asked me there, would you ever stream on Twitch? My answer used to be a hard no. Now my answer is a hard no, except for one particular situation. And that situation is like, if I did ever get like adopted or brought into a Twitch-based VTuber agency, I would still want my content focus to be YouTube, but I feel like it probably would make more sense to have a Twitch and multi-stream to it, I guess, in that particular case. I still don't like the idea of it, because I do not like Twitch. But if that one particular thing were to happen, I think it makes more sense to have a Twitch than to just not have one when everyone else in your agency focuses on Twitch and they're all on Twitch. It creates this big disconnect. You can't raid each other, you know? I mean, they can raid from their YouTubes, but I don't know how many YouTube raids they do when the focus is on Twitch. I don't know, I've not looked into that. For people that like multi-stream, I'm not sure. Also, raiding on 2 platforms is annoying. I've been in 2 different raids. Really? Man, I'm gonna have 2 different people thanking me for the raids. Unless I both raid the same person, I guess. I don't know. I still don't like the idea, but that would be the one exception, I think. I've thought about it. That would be the one exception. Ugh. Yeah, I really hope Twitch gets better though. Hi, Adonis, how you doing? Hope you have a good vacation. Thank you! Yeah. How do you get rid of ads on Twitch? Subscribe to the channel. Become a subscriber of that channel. That's it. You know, that's another way in which YouTube is better. Is YouTube, I don't use YouTube Premium, but at least with YouTube, it's one subscription and it covers every channel. You pay for your account and then you don't got ads for any channel. You know, I know most people just use ad blockers, but like, set ad blockers aside for a second. At least it's one payment for every channel. With Twitch, you gotta subscribe to individual channels and it can add up fast. I don't know if there's like a cleaner way to do it. I know there's like Twitch Prime. Does that work like YouTube Premium? I forget. I'm really not on Twitch. Even as a viewer, I'm not on Twitch anymore. Really. Like, I occasionally will hop onto my Twitch account to watch a friend that's on there. Isn't there Twitch Turbo now or something? I have no idea. I have not been paying attention. You have the same for Twitch. It's called Twitch Turbo. Okay, when did they add that? Like, it's good that they added that, but did they only add that recently? YouTube Premium's been around for a while. How much is it? I have no idea. I'm curious about that, actually. How much is it? I actively avoid Twitch, even for streamers I like, so you'd best stay on YouTube. I mean, I would not make a move to Twitch. I do not like Twitch. I would not move there. So my YouTube side would still be a thing. And I would also be trying my best not to alter my content too much just because a new streaming platform gets introduced. I don't like I know Twitch has a lot of those like chat redeems. I probably would not use a lot of them because that's a lot of stuff that you can only use on one side. And I don't like that. And it can make the stream very chaotic. And for YouTube viewers, you gotta deal with the chaos but without being able to like jump in and join unless you hop over to Twitch. You know, like, I don't really like that. So, like, if I did, I would be trying my best to keep the content the same. I think the most I would do is maybe get some animated emotes for the Twitch side, but that's about it, maybe. Because I want the actual content to stay the same. What about hand parodies? Nope. I mean, maybe I could think about the quieter ones. I will say I've not thought a ton about it. This is, like, something I thought about very briefly. It's like a hypothetical. But I definitely don't want things like there's like with the TIT software, the Twitch integrated throwing system, TITS. Like you could like throw stuff at the streamer. I probably wouldn't even use that. Yeah. We don't need the key jingles. It's bad here. This is true. This is true. This is true. Twitch has 7 TV near unlimited emotes. I don't know much about how that works, but that is pretty nice. Yeah, YouTube gives you emote slots based on how many active members you have at that moment in time. So if you get like a bunch of subscriptions, if you get like 20 subscriptions, it'll be like, oh hey, here's a new ad slot for you. Not ad slot, emote slot. If you get like 32 more members, more subscriptions, we'll give you another one. Yeah, so like it depends on how many memberships you have. You know. Yeah. It's existed since at least 2023. When did YouTube Premium get introduced? I think YouTube Premium's been around longer. I don't know. It's good that Twitch has it, but I am a little personally irked that they can see such a good decision on YouTube side for so long that would makes it easier for the users of the site, and they just don't go for it. They just don't. And they want to make it harder. And it's like, nah. Like, I understand making some decisions for your business, especially in one that's not super profitable, but it's also nice when companies can throw a bone to their users sometimes. Like, if you're able to, then it's nice if you can, you know? It also shows they care about the user experience, you know? 17 is a browser extension that basically replaces text and chat with emotes. Oh yeah, like the paper emotes and wait. Omega lol is one of them. Yeah, you type out Omega lol. Yeah. Need ear piercing and seizure inducing redeemed. I don't think even I would want that. You know, like more recently I've been like more overwhelmed with stuff that has like flashy effects and sounds all the time. Like, I watched a clip from someone recently, they were playing Roblox. And it was hard for me to watch. Because there was so many flashing lights, colors, sound effects, so many things on the screen. It feels like sensory overload. I don't even know if I'm autistic, I don't know. But like, it was too much for me. Like, I don't know how people play Roblox all the time. No thank you. I very much prefer just nice, chill, we can chat. Maybe a funny thing happens every now and then, but like, you know, overstimulation galore. Yeah, it was way too much. Someone redeeming gay frogs every 2 minutes. Oh god, no. No. Something like that would definitely be pretty expensive, but I'll be totally honest, I don't know if I would add redeems like that. I don't know if I would even have redeems. You know, I do know some streamers that don't really have redeems like that. You don't have to have them. It would be unusual for a VTuber, I think, because I think the one person I'm thinking of, it might be Insim. He's not a VTuber. I don't think Insim has a bunch of redeems, or if he does, they're very expensive. I'd have to go see. But, ask Pippa and see what she thinks. I mean, I could ask, but I still have my own opinion on it. I used to stream on Twitch a really long time ago. I have some experience with it. And some of it's just, I know what I want for my content. I don't want it to change a ton if I were to introduce Twitch. You know. So, like, I wouldn't want too much of it. Plus, I think if people want to watch, like, you don't need those flashy redeems to keep viewers' attention. If people are gonna watch you, then they're gonna watch you, you know? I would be very happy to bring in new viewers just with, like, my sense of humor, my voice, interesting game and activity ideas, you know, things like that. Like, that's, if I can't bring in viewers like that, if they're only coming in for flashy redeems, then, like, are they really even fans at that point? You know? You can get those flashy redeems anywhere, you know, might as well just go somewhere else. You know? And I would, again, I don't want to, like, change the experience for all my YouTube viewers just because, like, oh, Twitch got introduced, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen because, like, I I would only do that if it was like I got like adopted or something into a Twitch-based agency. That is literally the only thing that I would do that for. Just because it makes sense. Just to make that extra clear. But like if it happened, I would be trying to keep everything the same. Yeah. And there's constant TTS. Well, that depends on how you have it set up. Because if you can set it up so everything's TTS, or you can set it up so nothing is TTS. I think you can do the same thing with YouTube as well. For me, the only thing I have set to TTS is tips. As a way to encourage more tips, because I get a bigger cut of the tips. And also, if I had it on Super Chats, it would kind of be going off maybe a little too much. I mean, it already goes off so much when we have like a big event. You get like 10,000 tips and stuff. But I feel like anything more would be too much. And that's like perfect for me, the perfect balance level. I feel like it's not too overwhelming as it is. But if I wanted to, I could absolutely have more of it. Yeah. Personally, don't need baby sensory or ADHD stimulation. Lol. Yeah, personally, I think the viewers that do need that, they just maybe wouldn't be super compatible as fans of me personally. Which that's fine. That's fine. Not everyone's gonna like me. That's okay. I don't need everyone to be a fan of me. You know, no hard feelings enough. I don't think I could stay on my own stream if that was happening. Like stuff going off every 2 seconds. That'd be way too much. Way too much. Also, it's wild how long we've been having this conversation, and nobody has said, do not redeem. Was somebody supposed to? When I started watching Chio, I remember it was because of the model and the voice. I didn't even watch any of the VTubers until then. I appreciate you sticking by and like, you know, being such an active community member since then. Thank you. I need you to jangle the keys, streamer. I don't even have keys in here. I have a container of toothpicks that I brought in here for ASMR and never took out.
I heard you guys don't like TTS.
Well, no. Never. What is the redeem thing anyway? Twitch has like, God, how do you explain redeems? Twitch has a system where the longer you watch, you get like points for that specific channel. It can only be used on that specific channel. And if the streamer has like you can basically put them in towards these things called redeems, which can like, honestly it can be anything the streamer wants to set up. Like you may have heard of the hydrate redeem being popular with VTubers. VTubers will usually have a hydrate redeem, where if you redeem it, the VTuber has to stop what they're doing and drink some water. It's for not only encouraging the viewer interaction and participation, but also makes it so that it's easier to remember to hydrate and stuff like that. So it can be something like that, where the viewer just simply does something if you redeem it. Or you can also use certain softwares and connect it to Twitch. So that way when someone redeems something, the software will automatically like do something with stream. Like for example, I mentioned the TID software earlier. It's called Twitch Integrated Throwing System. It was created for VTubers that use Twitch. And basically, it's like another software you set up in your like OBS or whatever. And if you connect it properly to Twitch and someone redeems to throw something, it'll throw an object at the VTuber and it'll like actually physically impact the VTuber, making it so people can throw things. It's pretty interesting. Although I would say the last time I used it was still pretty jank. I had to like recalibrate it all the time. It might be better now. But yeah, that's basically what redeems are. You can put your like individual channel points towards whatever the streamer has set up as a redeem, and yeah. And it can literally be anything the VTuber wants to, or I guess streamer, not just VTuber. But anything the streamer wants to set up. Yeah, it's not something that's on YouTube. I have seen some people say they wish YouTube would like introduce it. Have like some channel redeems, have like more crowd control support as well for like crowd control games. Twitch has that, YouTube doesn't really. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like maybe there's some stuff I would maybe add. I think it could be funny, but I wouldn't want it to be overwhelming. But this is if YouTube adds it. If it's like, oh, it's on Twitch, but it's not on YouTube, I still don't like the idea there because I want it to be equal. But I don't know. Also, if you have the same stuff going on YouTube and Twitch, maybe you just be getting it like double all the time. All the time, constantly. Because, you got 2 different platforms and stuff, you know? Yeah. Or the legendary 9,999,999 cost end stream. I have never actually seen anyone actually like redeem that. It costs so much. Imagine saving up all your channel points just to ask someone to end the stream early someday. Like, that's crazy to me. But we've been yapping for about 4 hours. This is longer than I normally go yapping for. I can feel it, my throat. Is that actually a thing? Yes. Some streamers do have that set up. I have seen it before. It does not get redeemed very often, as you can imagine. You would have to watch that particular streamer. Keep in mind that channel points...
Nuggies tax for the road.
Thank you! Hipslore, thank you. Yeah, keep in mind channel points are for the specific channel you're watching. You cannot carry them over to another channel. If I got like 10,000 points on InSim's channel, I cannot use those points on anyone else's channel. You know, they're just for InSim's channel. Yeah, so like, it takes forever to save up the points for that. Your voice is sounding pretty tired. Yeah, my voice is starting to hurt. It'll definitely be a good time to take a break. Normally when I yap, I can only go for about 2 to 3 hours. Usually 2 hours. So the fact that I pushed it to 4 and basically double the time that I normally yap for, yeah, my throat's pretty tired now. Woo! So I'm gonna go ahead and set up a raid once the page loads. There we go. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let me make sure this person's not about to end, but I got somebody locked in. Let me see here. Okay. Looks good. Alrighty. You need to drink water. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some right after the stream ends. Especially because I'm gonna go exercise some more. I was working out before the stream, but I took a break because I had to come start the stream. I had to go make breakfast and then start the stream. So I'm gonna go resume my exercising. I'm gonna get a lot of water drank. And yeah, tomorrow I am leaving for my trip, so I should be returning on October 8th. So I'll probably host another stream on October 9th or something. 8th's the day I'm supposed to get back home. Probably October 9th will have our next stream. Yeah, not a super long trip, but I will be on my trip starting tomorrow. So I will keep you guys updated. I will take photos. I will post them to social media. And I'll keep in touch with you guys on Discord, on Twitter. I'll keep drawing. I'll share some more drawings when I draw them. And I will see you guys when I get back. Thank you everybody. Thank you for chilling with me tonight. I hope you have a really fantastic day. And be good while I'm gone, okay? Thanks for streaming. I will miss you. I'm gonna miss you guys too. It always feels really weird after a few days. Like I feel like most of the time when I take a break, I only need a few days to really recuperate. After it's been a few days, it starts to feel weird that I'm not streaming for longer periods. I'm gonna miss you guys too. Remember, don't die! I'll be super careful! Okay, I don't want to push my throat too hard. So, I'm gonna head off. I'll see you Fabos later, okay? I'll see you later. Be a good father, okay? And don't break your penis!